1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2, ulaze ljudi, lagano bi se trebalo makniti. 1, 2 stižu. Da, ali tako i tu. I ovdje tako. Da. I tu zvoni dosta. Ali evo kad se makneš, dobro, ajde mi ćemo se ulaze, bok.
Čujete me?
Jedan.
Čujete me? Može. Dobar dan, da li se čujemo? Da li u redu?
Yes.
Good afternoon. On behalf of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts and the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia, I welcome you to the conference Legacy of Peace, 25 Years of the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement. I would also like to extend a special welcome to the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković, and the President of Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, Mr. Velimir Neidhardt. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, dear online viewers, thank you for being with us today. I would like to give word to the President of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, Mr. Velimir Neidhardt, who co-organized this event.
Thank you. Dear conference participants, I would first and foremost like to thank the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Plenković, and the Minister of Foreign Affairs and European Affairs, Mr. Grlić Radman, for accepting the initiative of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts to hold this conference marking the 25th anniversary of the Dayton-Paris Agreement, thanks to which the war and bloodshed in Bosnia and Herzegovina ceased in 1995. Allow me first to greet you as architect of this national and university library building, as well as of this Congress Center and this conference hall, which in January 2020 served as the seat of the Republic of Croatia's semi-annual presidency of the Council of the European Union. On behalf of the co-organizer of this conference, I greet and address you in the capacity of the President of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, Croatia's highest scientific and artistic institution. The Croatian Academy was founded in 1861 at the initiative of Bishop Josip Juraj Strossmayer, whose seat was in Đakovo, Slavonia, but who also bore the title of Bishop of Bosnia. The historical closeness existing between two countries has been apparent in at least 1/3 of the present population of the Republic of Croatia originating from Bosnia and Herzegovina. At the atrium of the Academy Palace in Zagreb, near the Baška tablet, the almost 1 millennium-old monument with the inscription on Croatian King Zvonimir, there is a replica of the chest of Saint Simeon of Zadar, which the Hungarian and Croatian Queen Elizabeth, daughter to the Bosnian Ban Stjepan II Kotromanić, had crafted in 1380. The central mission of our academy during its 60 years long history has been to preserve and define the identity of the Croatian nation on its cultural and historical ethnic grounds. Furthermore, the Croatian Academy nurtures care and responsibility for its compatriots worldwide, and particularly in Bosnia and Herzegovina. In this, throughout history, turbulent region on the southeast margins of Europe, both Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina have been born in the course of centuries, though in different forms of associations. Today, the former is in European Union, while the latter is standing at its gate. Croatia, having been the defense wall of Europe throughout history, today aims openly reinforcing the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina as an unconquerable citadel of peace and security for the entire Southeast Europe. The conditio sine qua non in this respect are both the elimination of historical triggers of conflicts and the implementation of the rule of law. The Dayton-Paris Agreement, the 25th anniversary of which we mark today, successfully put the stop to the war conflicts. One of the signatories thereto was the Croatian president, Dr. Franjo Tuđman, who was at that time already a fellow of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts. Today, same as then, our eyes are focused on our friendly Bosnia and Herzegovina, on the achievements of peace, and on the equality of its citizens through the prism of legal functionality and the guaranteed constitutional rights for each of the three nations. This, we believe, is the civilizational prerequisite for the development-wise, promising and long-term peace in this part of Europe. At this point, the question arises whether by abiding to the fundamental principles to the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the spirit of the Dayton-Paris Agreement might confirm its desired original form, considering the present state of the constitutional rights of the three nations. For many years now, we have been witnessing repeated complaints, in particular from the least populated yet autochthonous nation, the Croats, with regard to justice and primarily to the fairness of the election laws. As time goes by, the desired principle of leaving the three constitutional nations to reach agreement in connection with the open questions among themselves is becoming increasingly insoluble and inefficient, similarly to entropy and a closed system. On the other hand, what about the outside influence? Will the international community, though declaratively present, genuinely take the concrete action, or will it continue allowing for certain models as equivalents to majorization to lead to long-term extinction of the least populated nation? The negative consequences thereof would be incalculable, not only for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Without the Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina, the Republic of Croatia might become the next area of various redrawings. Will the historic legacy of Croatia as the defense wall of Europe emerge once again. Nevertheless, we hope that this will not be the case. We are here to analyze the effects of the 25 years of the implementation of Dayton-Paris Agreement, wishing it might adjust it to the current conditions, secure a just and lasting peace and well-being to everyone, in particular in the Bosnian-Herzegovinian corner of Europe. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Neidhardt. I have the honor to invite the Prime Minister of the Republic of Croatia, Mr. Andrej Plenković, to give us introductory remarks. Dear Prime Minister, we are very pleased to have you with us here today.
Thank you very much, distinguished President of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, the Minister of Foreign and European Affairs, Excellencies, distinguished participants. I have the honor to deliver this speech on behalf of the Republic of Croatia in agreement with President Milanović. 25 years ago, the Dayton Peace Accords were agreed in Dayton, Ohio, and afterwards formally signed in Paris on the 14th December 1995. This marked the end of the conflict in Bosnia and Herzegovina and paved the way for peace and democracy in the country. This is the most common short definition of the pivotal event that is still the focal point of any and every debate on Bosnia and Herzegovina, an inseparable part of its past and present. Nevertheless, the final definitive word on the matter has not yet been spoken. There is universal consensus on one point. The Dayton-Paris Agreement successfully brought to an end a devastating war. It ended the violence, destruction, and suffering. But when it comes to the Dayton-Paris Agreement as the foundation upon which the peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina can build a fully functional state capable of meeting all its goals and ambitions, opinions differ considerably. One thing is certain. The Dayton-Paris Agreement is much more than a peace agreement. It is a document of high juridical complexity, and ultimately its Annex 4 is the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This conference comes at the right time, not only to mark the anniversary, but above all, as an opportunity to reflect upon all aspects of the Dayton-Paris Agreement, at a moment when Bosnia and Herzegovina is at the crossroads between stagnation and a decisive breakthrough towards its European future. A particular feature of this conference is its inclusivity and overarching timeline. In the first panel, it will look back into the past. The second and third panel are looking at the present moment and the future ahead. I would like to thank the organizers for all of their efforts in assembling such a distinguished and relevant group of participants. Some of the panelists in this conference personally took part in the Dayton peace process. Their knowledge and experience shall certainly contribute to the quality of the debate. Ladies and gentlemen, Croatia has actively participated in the negotiations in Dayton and is one of the co-signatories of the Dayton-Paris Agreement. As such, we are obliged to respect and promote the fulfillment of the agreement. This remains high on Croatia's state policy agenda. Croatia has contributed to the conclusion of the Dayton-Paris Agreement in more ways than one. Through its intense diplomatic efforts and political leadership of Franjo Tuđman, the first president of Croatia, and above all through its military victories in 1995, which have strategically changed the balance of power in the region. To understand the genesis of the Dayton-Paris Agreement and the role of Croatia in it, one has to go to the very beginning of Bosnia and Herzegovina's statehood and the ensuing conflict. Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as Slovenia, were the victims of the aggression of Slobodan Milošević's regime in the futile attempt to create a greater Serbia. The referendum on Bosnia and Herzegovina's independence was successfully carried out on the 29th February and 1st March 1992. Considering the 63.7% turnout, and since 99.7% of the voters were in favor of independence, there is no doubt that resolute and wholehearted participation, along with Bosniaks, of Croats in Bosnia and Herzegovina in the referendum led to the clear result. Consequently, Bosnia and Herzegovina was recognized in April by Croatia, the United States, and at the time, the European Community member states. 1 month later, on 22nd May, it was admitted into the United Nations, together with Croatia and Slovenia. From a historical, but also political and legal perspectives, it is worth recalling the referendum's question: are you in favor of a sovereign and independent Bosnia and Herzegovina, a state of equal citizens, the peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Muslims, Serbs, Croats, and members of peoples living there? So from the very beginning of Bosnia and Herzegovina's statehood, from the first day of its independence, its sovereignty went hand in hand with the equality of Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs, as well as all its other citizens. Since the start of the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina in 1992, Croatia sheltered and took care of many of its refugees, around 400,000, just in the first year of the war. Although Croatia, engaged in the homeland war, was itself heavily burdened with its own displaced persons and refugees, with parts of its territory occupied and its industry largely destroyed by the war. We opened our doors to all people from Bosnia and Herzegovina who were seeking shelter, fleeing the horrors of war. Although we were victims of the same aggressor who took over the 2/3 of the country, relations between Croats and Bosniaks in Bosnia and Herzegovina deteriorated as free territories shrank. However, despite these difficulties, the alliance was restored and mutual support continued. Several essential agreements stand out in particular. The Washington Agreement, signed in March 1994, was more than a ceasefire agreement between the Bosniaks and the Croats that put an end to the conflict within a conflict. It laid the ground for the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Split Declaration, a mutual defense agreement signed in July 1995 between the Croatian President Franjo Tuđman and the chairman of the Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Alija Izetbegović, is another key milestone occurring 10 days after the terrible genocide in Srebrenica. In that declaration, Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina agreed to strengthen their relationship and closely coordinate their defense cooperation. In early August 1995, through its military police Operation Storm, Croatia liberated most of its occupied territories. It also successfully broke the siege of Bihać, a supposedly UN-safe area since 1993, where 300,000 people, mostly Bosniaks, were besieged by Serbian forces, thus preventing another Srebrenica. Finally, it created the conditions for joint military operations of Croats and Bosniaks, which restored the balance of power on the ground in Bosnia and Herzegovina and forced the other sides to sit at the negotiating table, thus ending 4 years of war. The Dayton-Paris Agreement would not have been possible without the active contributing role of President Tuđman. His visionary view of the peace process did not only include Bosnia and Herzegovina and Dayton. The foundation was laid for the peaceful reintegration of Croatian Danubian area into Croatia through the United Nations Transitional Administration for Eastern Slavonia, one of the most successful UN peacekeeping operations to date. Ladies and gentlemen, for Croatia as a friend and neighbor of Bosnia and Herzegovina, with which it maintains strong historical and cultural ties, the political, economic, and institutional stability of this country is of strategic importance, and the geography only reinforces this fact. Our support to its sovereignty and territorial integrity is therefore total and unequivocal. As the only EU neighbor of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Croatia is the staunchest supporter and best advocate on its Euro-Atlantic path. Knowing only too well what this would bring to a country which has already suffered too much, we would like to see it achieve the candidate status for EU membership as soon as possible. We have been giving it all our support on this path. Bosnia and Herzegovina submitted its application for EU membership on 15 February 2016 with Dragan Čović, who I also greet, a Croat member and the chairman of the rotating presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina at the time. Then, as a member of the European Parliament and the vice chair of its Committee on Foreign Affairs, I promoted and advocated this application to the Dutch EU presidency of the Council and to the Juncker Commission, especially to the Commissioner for Enlargement, Hahn. As no official event had been organized by the EU institutions to mark this, I can recall that the Croatian MEPs organized a reception in the European Parliament for Chairman Čović and the delegation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Since I took up my Minister of Croatia in October 2016, I remain just as devoted in helping Bosnia and Herzegovina to succeed on its road towards the European Union. And whenever possible, I draw the attention of my colleagues in the European Council to the European perspective of this country. Well aware of what European integration has brought to Croatia, I do this as a true friend and with best intentions. Croatia, as the youngest EU member state, strongly promotes continuation of the enlargement process to all the countries of South-Eastern Europe. This was confirmed during our first EU presidency of the Council and the Zagreb summit in May this year. 20 years after the first Zagreb summit in 2000, a new methodology of accession process was adopted and the decision to open negotiations with North Macedonia and Albania was reached. In 2019, the European Commission identified 14 key priorities for Bosnia and Herzegovina to fulfill in order to achieve the candidate country status and continue on its path towards EU accession. Bearing in mind the painful and particularly difficult history of this country, the European Union should do its utmost to help it in meeting these priorities, as this is the best way and guarantee to ensure its true political and economic transformation in line with European values and standards. Ladies and gentlemen, Bosnia and Herzegovina was founded on the principles of equality of the three constituent peoples, Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs, as well as on the equality of all its citizens. Annex 4 of the Dayton-Paris Agreement stipulates legitimate representation of the three constituent peoples in the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina, as well as in the House of Peoples of the Parliamentary Assembly. This was decisive for the successful conclusion of the Dayton-Paris Agreement, and as such embedded in the Constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. One state, two entities, three constituent peoples. In its constitutional framework, each of these elements is equally relevant and mutually reinforcing. From the very beginning, Croatia advocated and supported this paramount and fundamental principle. It is also an intrinsic value of Bosnia and Herzegovina's truly unique, complex, multi-ethnic and multi-layered identity. Overlooking this crucial part of the agreement, or worse, deliberately ignoring it, would be a serious mistake. These days, some often impose a false dilemma: Dayton-based Bosnia and Herzegovina or a Bosnia and Herzegovina of all its citizens going beyond ethnic boundaries. The principle of equality of the three constituent peoples and the principle of equality of all the citizens do not exclude each other. They should not compete, but complement one another. Insisting on equality of the constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina is not backward nationalism. It is sound constitutionalism. Some say that the revision of the Dayton-Paris Agreement is long overdue and necessary for making Bosnia and Herzegovina a more successful, stable, and prosperous state. This notion is certainly open for debate. Nevertheless, any change in the constitution must come from within and be owned by all political stakeholders. It should be brought upon by citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, political parties, and institutions through a political and methodical legal debate, and stem from the fundamental principle of the equality of its constituent peoples and all other citizens. The international community, including Croatia, is willing to help. The European future of Bosnia and Herzegovina is possible only through full respect of the equality of three constituent peoples. This is the overarching constitutional category that directly supports the rule of law, which is the priority in the EU accession process, its fundamental value and a basic precondition for the constitutional stability of the country. Among many priorities and tasks facing Bosnia and Herzegovina, I want to emphasize above all that the election law needs to be changed without further delay, no later than June 2021, and well in advance of the next general election. The modification of the election law should be regarded not only as a required improvement, but also as an investment in the political stability of the country based on the prevention and elimination of all forms of inequality and discrimination. Nothing can justify the practice, which did not exist until 2006, that has emerged through electoral engineering and which deliberately allowed the elimination of legitimate political representation of Croats in the presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. This already happened 3 times, 2006, 2010, and 2018, and it certainly does not contribute to the cohesiveness of the country and the normal functioning of its institutions where all constituent peoples should feel and be equally represented. Therefore, the change of the electoral law is needed in order to rectify the anomalies which have no basis in the Dayton-Paris Agreement and which were not envisaged as a possibility. No participant in the Dayton Conference that I have consulted with ever thought of such a scenario at the time. Here, I would like to express our satisfaction that the local elections in the city of Mostar will, after 12 years, take place on 20th December, thus providing all citizens of Mostar with a fundamental opportunity to exercise their democratic right. This is a step in the right direction, proving that political leadership can bring results. Ladies and gentlemen, Bosnia and Herzegovina is a country of great importance for Europe and globally. What connects Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina is much more than a 1,000 kilometers long common border. The Croatian people in Bosnia and Herzegovina are as much a foundation of the country as they are the bridge between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina. Their well-being is of Croatia's lasting interest and our constitutional obligation, now and in the future. The Stabilization and Association Agreement between the EU and Bosnia and Herzegovina entered into force in June 2015, deepening since then the political, economic, and trade ties between the two partners. We have to make full use of this agreement and its mechanisms to steer sectoral reforms and ensure a more structured political dialogue and cooperation. We want to see Bosnia and Herzegovina complete its transition into a functioning market economy. We want Bosnia and Herzegovina to play a strong role in the region in all forms of cooperation. We want to deepen economic cooperation and trade with Bosnia and Herzegovina. We want to further develop the cross-border infrastructural projects with Bosnia and Herzegovina. The Corridor 5C and the Svilaj Bridge especially come to mind. We want a strong cooperation with Bosnia and Herzegovina in efficiently managing the challenge of illegal migration and illicit trafficking, with particular focus on preventing migrant smuggling by criminal groups. Above all, we want to see all citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina flourish in their homeland and young people to feel that they have a bright perspective and opportunity to fulfill their dreams. In conclusion, today we mark a significant event in the recent history of Europe. After 25 years, we need an honest, inclusive, and comprehensive debate on the Dayton-Paris Agreement among all relevant stakeholders with the best interest and prosperity of Bosnia and Herzegovina in mind, its 3 constituent peoples and all its citizens. This is why international events like the one today are very important. I wish you a good and productive debate, and I look forward to its conclusions as an important contribution to creating a brighter European future for our friend and partner, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
Thank you, Prime Minister. It's our pleasure to hear from the High Representative of the European Union for Foreign Affairs and Security Policy and the Vice President of the European Commission, Mr. Josep Borrell Fontelles, who will address us by a video message.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am very glad to have the opportunity today to address you via video and participate in this opening of this important event with a clear message on reconciliation. This is a word central for a peaceful and prosperous Western Balkans and to the region's future in the European Union. 3 weeks ago, I visited Sarajevo to mark the 25th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Agreement and to meet with political leaders and citizens. For me, it was an opportunity to remember one of the darkest periods of Europe's modern history. And we need to overcome the legacies of the past, to never let such atrocities happen again, but also to share our vision for a country where political leaders work together to build a better future for their country. 2 World Wars taught us that mutual respect and compromise take us further than blood and soil. We must reject narrow-minded definitions of national interest, as well as the use of ethnic or religious identities to separate instead of reuniting. Identity can kill. Every one of us has our identity, maybe several identities at the same time. And has overcome the battle of identities. We have to continue fighting for human rights and fundamental freedoms as the cornerstones of the European Union. The clear European perspective is the central pillar of our work with the Western Balkans. The region's citizens have chosen the European Union path, and we remain at their side, providing guidance on the way forward, but also massive financial and technical support to cope with challenging times and the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic, a new threat that was completely unexpected. Advancing on this path, on the European Union path, requires the partners in the region to show their determination to undertake difficult reforms. We know reforms are difficult, but they are needed. We must face this challenge. We must embrace an agenda of freedom and respect. EU progress must be underpinned by genuine reconciliation. Political leaders must contribute to create an environment that facilitates cooperation and reconciliation and does not undermine this vital work. Reconciliation, learning from the past to build a better future, is not just a precondition for joining our union. It is a precondition, but it's more than that. It is central to the nature of our union, who was built for that, to overcome the challenges of the past and to look at the future, a future where the region has a place. And the path towards the European Union, key values such as human rights, justice, rule of law, and working together are fundamental. Empowering societies, cooperating across borders, and promoting pluralism are the best way to enrich democracy and disarm toxic nationalism. Building societies based on these values is not easy. I know it. And I know Bosnia-Herzegovina faces deep and tough reforms so that the country can do what it takes to move forward towards the European Union. Leaders across the region face the daily challenge of keeping in mind the big picture, of avoiding the temptation of identity politics that seeks to divide. This must be done because it means a better future for the people of the region who are determined to free themselves from the legacy of the past. I know that the prospect of joining the European project was central to Spain's success in overcoming differences, strong differences coming from an awful civil war and 40 years of dictatorship. Europe has been absolutely crucial for us to overcome this, and I believe that the same applies to Bosnia and Herzegovina and to the Western Balkans as a whole. After all, the European Union is mainly a project of peace, and from this point of view, it's an incredible success story. We don't have to forget it. I count on the commitment of all the region's political leaders to work together in fostering reconciliation, to learn from the past, to open the way to a better future, because we know we are all strong together.
Thank you, Mr. Borrell, and many thanks to all the distinguished speakers today. After a 20 minutes break, we will continue with our first panel, Building Blocks of Peace. From the Washington to the Dayton Agreement, what made peace possible?
Čekaj. To je to.
Naša delegacija će što prije.
Okay. Da, ja isto
Samo su stvari, sve još ne.
Well, a very warm welcome to those who are watching this first panel of today's important conference on Dayton. And the panel is going to consider what are described as the building blocks of the peace achieved by the Dayton Agreement. Now, the structure that those blocks built isn't, one should say right at the beginning, to everyone's liking. And I would dare suggest that no one thinks it's perfect. A thing of beauty, it isn't. But it secured peace after a terrible war, and in that most important sense, it has stood the test of time. The constitution of the state that emerged and the principles underlying it are, we should recall, upheld by a solemn international treaty. Dayton's achievements are therefore real, and they should be protected. Now, I want briefly to introduce the members of this distinguished panel, each of whom had a decisive role in the process that led to Dayton. Now, Dr. Mate Granic was Foreign Minister of Croatia from 1993 until the year 2000. And in that capacity, he, along with the late President Tudjman of Croatia and the late Defense Minister Gojko Šušak, was the Prime Minister, was the prime mover of Croatian strategy towards Bosnia and Herzegovina, and more widely. And as such, he is Croatia's most experienced foreign policy expert. And he's also special advisor to the Croatian Prime Minister. Welcome, Dr. Granic. Dr. Haris Sejdić, who should be here somewhere. Dr. Haris Sejdić, I first met at about the time I met Dr. Granic. I think it was in Mrs. Thatcher's house or office in London. He was, together with the late President Alija Izetbegović, the crucial figure on the Bosniak side during these terrible and traumatic years. Dr. Sejdić was the first foreign minister of the Republic of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and then its prime minister from 1993 to 1996. He remains politically active and highly influential. Welcome, Dr. Sejdić. General Wesley Clark is now a businessman, educator, writer, and commentator, but it's his former experience as a much decorated general and military thinker that most concerns us today. He was the military expert, the Pentagon's man, in the Holbrooke team, and he wrote and negotiated significant portions of the Dayton Agreement. Later, as Supreme Allied Commander Europe, he led NATO forces in the successful Kosovo campaign. Welcome, General Clark. Ambassador Miomir Žužul is now a senior international policy advisor based in Washington. He's a former ambassador to the US and former foreign minister of Croatia. During the period that concerns us today, Dr. Žužul served as ambassador to the United Nations and as President Tudjman's special representative to the contact group. He was closely involved in the negotiation of both the Washington and Dayton agreements, and I should say, incidentally, that his interview with Globus of August this year reveals much that's new, or at least new to me, about both. Well, welcome, Ambassador Žužul. And finally, Ambassador Charles Hill has served the United States in a series of top-level diplomatic postings, notably as ambassador to Macedonia, Poland, South Korea, and Iraq, as well as fulfilling important State Department roles. Among these was his participation in the Holbrooke mission. And in his book on Dayton, To End a War, Richard Holbrooke describes Mr. Hill as the brilliant, fearless, and argumentative country director for the Balkans. Welcome, Ambassador Hill. Now, I shall, in just a minute, ask each panelist to make an opening statement. Not too long, please, just so that we have more time for discussion. And during that subsequent discussion, I shall raise some questions that arise from whatever has been said, but I'd also like us to go through events in a rough chronological order, which I think alone makes sense of them. So I think that in the course of these questions, we should broadly start with the Washington Agreement of March 1994, which ended the Muslim-Croat war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and which created the Bosnian Croat Federation. We should recall the impotence of Western diplomacy and the failure to protect the so-called UN safe areas, leading to the fall of Srebrenica on the 11th of July, and the subsequent massacre of some 7,000 Muslim men and boys, an act of genocide. And nor should we forget the status of Bihać, which was also a UN safe area, we should remember, which then came under intense attack and was about to fall. We should recall the military action that stopped that, initiated by the split agreement between Presidents Tudjman and Izetbegovic on the 22nd of July. And the high point of that military action was, of course, the Croatian army's Operation Storm, which retook Knin and saved Bihać. We should think about the approach of the Holbrooke mission. And finally, we should discuss the negotiation and the substance of the Dayton Peace Treaty. And I should say that if we get through all of that, I'm promised by the Croatian foreign minister that we're all going to be awarded a special medal. But we'll see about that. Anyway, Dr. Granic, would you please make your opening statement?
Mr. Harris, Mr. Prime Minister, Mr. Minister, Mr. President of the Croatian Academy of Sciences and Arts, dear member of the panel, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to give you a short overview about the peace process in Bosnia and Herzegovina, especially concerning the role of Croatia. In February 1992, Croatia supported referendum of independence of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Croatia was the first country who sent the ambassador in Sarajevo. During the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina, about 1 million refugees, Bosniaks and Croats, came from Bosnia and Herzegovina to Croatia. Croatia took care for about 700,000 refugees. 300,000 went in third country. During the war, all humanitarian help for Bosniaks came through Croatia. All military help for Bosnia came through Croatia. Concerning the peace plans, first plan was Cutileiro plan, Foreign Minister of Portugal. Croatia supported the plan. Into other plans, Vance-Owen and Owen-Stoltenberg plan, Croatia and the President Tudjman actively participating. Both plans failed on the end of 1993. Concerning our bilateral relations with the Bosnia and Herzegovina, as a foreign minister, I organized the first meeting in Split, in Makarska, between government of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the highest level vice president, government of Croatia, and government of Croatian Republic of Herzegovina, Army of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and HVO concerning humanitarian issues, freedom for the convoys, and how to close the camps and release detainees, detention camps. In August 1993, Prime Minister of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Hari Sejdić, spent 7-8 days in Zagreb, and every day we seriously discussed how to stop the war between the Croats and the Muslims, about the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina and whole humanitarian complex. On the basis of our discussions, President Tudjman and President Izetbegović signed in Geneva on the 14th of September, so-called Geneva Declaration. Hari Sejdić and me signed Sarajevo Declaration about the same issues in November 1993, when all plan failed. On our initiative, Hari Sejdić and me, Alois Mok organized the meeting on the beginning of January 3rd and 4 in Hofburg, Vienna, and Klaus Kinkel in Bonn, in state residency between the Croats and the Bosniaks. On second meeting in Bonn, were present on the highest level American side, Anthony Lake. Without success, but in a good atmosphere and good hope. And last meeting of the international chair by Thorvald Stoltenberg and Lord Owen was in Geneva on the 17th of January 1994. All sides were present there, including President of Serbia Milosevic, President Tudjman, and all sides from Bosnia and Herzegovina without success. Last meeting in this frame. 2 days after that, in Geneva, Ambassador Žužul organized the meeting between me and Special Envoy of the President Clinton, Redman. That was 5 hours dinner and meeting. How to stop the war between the Croats and the Muslims, how to establish the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, which model of constitutional arrangement, and the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We gave our proposal. After 2 days, we got the message that American initiative would continue. We met once more on the Frankfurt airport before the Washington talks. In between, I visited Holy See. Our friends, Cardinal Sodano, Jean-Luc Thoran, and Holy Father, John Paul II. That was one of the most important meetings in my life. Holy Father gave very strong support American peace initiative and stopped the war between the Croats and the Muslims after that with Serbs. I told President Tudjman after my meeting with Holy Father, and this recommendation had very strong influence on the President Tudjman. In Washington, 1 week negotiations, crucial point was which constitutional arrangement would be in Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and after that on the whole territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina. With a strong support from American side, we will all agree that Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina would consist of two sovereign constitutional people, Bosniaks and Croats and all others, or the same civil and human rights for all, but two constitutional people on the whole territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina, including Serbs. And the cantonal model would transfer on the whole territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina. That was basic conclusion in Washington. After that, what happened after that? Local Serbs refused to discuss about the Z4 plan. After the tragedy of Srebrenica, President of Turkey, Süleyman Demirel, visited President Tudjman on the 16th and 17th July 1995. And pleased President Tudjman to help Bosniaks. 2 days discussions. 5 days after, I organized a meeting between President Tudjman and President Izetbegović and prepared the declaration, split declaration. They signed on the basis of split declaration. Croatia helped Bosniaks because Bihać was in terrible situation. What happened after that? After 4 days, Croatian army helped. Started with Grahovo Glamoč operation. After that, on the 4th of August, when the local Serbs refused any kind of reintegration, serious negotiations, including the problem with Bihać, President Tudjman decided to go in military operation on the legal and legitimate basis. UN Security Council Resolution 871, and from the 1st of October 1993, and General Assembly Resolution 49 through 43 from December 1994 about the situation on occupied region of Croatia. Storm operation finished successfully. After that, Croatian army concentrated on the help Army of Bosnia and Herzegovina and HVO. We were 20 kilometers near Banja Luka. After that, United States General Clark spoke with Minister Šušak. Secretary Christopher spoke with me 45 minutes on telephone, mobile phone. And Richard Holbrooke, Ambassador Holbrooke, with President Tudjman, and asked that we stop. Explanation was that 350 Bosnian Serbs will go to the Serbia, destabilizations Serbia. It would be impossible through the peace talks finish the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. President Tudjman accepted suggestion from the United States because the United States was our crucial partner and strategic partner. 2 weeks after that, we were invited in Dayton. First 2 days we discussed in Dayton about peaceful integration, Eastern Slavonia and Baranja. United States gave us support. We asked for the American chief of the mission. They gave us excellent person, General Klein. After that, we discussed about the Mostar arrangement, about the Mostar military agreement, framework agreement, but 2 days before finished the negotiations in Dayton, happened crucial thing. our delegation, President Tudjman, Mr. Shushak, Ambassador Zhuzhil, and me, were waiting the whole day on the maps for delineation between Republic of Serbia and the Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And but the map didn't come. At 2 a.m., President Tudjman told that we go to sleep. 2 hours later, Christopher Hill, Ambassador Hill, called me that, and asked me to come in the American pavilion. I came to the American pavilion and found Ambassador Holbrooke, Chris Hill, Secretary Christopher, and General Clark, General Kering, President Milosevic, and they gave me the champagne. I refused. I took on the water because I didn't see the map. When they showed me the map, I refused because Republic of Srpska on the southwest border was near Livno. I refused. After 2 hours negotiations, I refused. I informed President Tudjman. He refused. President Izetbegovic supported our position, and that was, we were very near that we broke the negotiations. But at 3 o'clock came Ambassador Holbrooke and Ambassador Hill to me and told, please, final proposal. We gave final proposal. President Tudjman spoke with President Clinton half an hour at 5:30, and negotiation in Dayton. President Tudjman accepted the proposal from the American side, and the negotiation for us finished. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Granic. Dr. Sejdić, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
You're very distant from me because I can't see you, but I hope you're well, are you?
I'm okay.
Would you like to make your statement? There you are. Good to see you again. Would you like to make your statement? You crossed my screen and then you disappeared, but as long as you're there, that's fine. Please make your statement.
Okay. Well, my greetings, all of you. I hope you hear me well. You hear me?
We hear you.
Very good. My thanks to Minister Radman for sending me the invitation. Thanks to the President of the Academy that is hosting us. And in the beginning, let me say that I remember fondly my friend, Richard Holbrooke, and the members of his delegation that lost their lives on duty on a mountain near Sarajevo. Second, it is very difficult to talk about Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm representing Bosnia and Herzegovina in this conference, without the context. We live in a civilization shy of context because we don't have time. Very difficult to talk about a country, very old European country, within these borders approximately for over 1,000 years. And talk about that horizontally, but that is the time and the shortage of time. I will later, if I have the opportunity, talk in more detail. In a nutshell, Dayton Agreement was necessary. The Dayton Agreement rewarded the aggression and genocide. That is the truth. Now we are working towards a new solution. We need civic democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, not ethnic democracy. This, what we have, was imposed on us by aggression and genocide and brutal ethnic cleansing. So I hope that the international community will take into consideration those verdicts that we now have. In Dayton, we did not have any verdicts of the Hague Tribunal. Now we have. Everything is clear. It was not a civic war. It was an aggression, an international conflict on the territory of Bosnia and Herzegovina. So, I hope that the international community will take that into consideration. All the verdict that we have, everything is clear now, almost everything. So these verdicts should be a new milestone for future constitution of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The genocide must not be rewarded 2 times, must not be rewarded. We are an old European country, and we have the right to exist in a normal democracy, which we do not have now. The majority of people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, our citizens, do not want to live in what I call now democratic feudalism. This country has been for hundreds of years the model of integrationist life amongst all groups for hundreds of years. It's called the Bosnian paradigm, an integrationist model, example to all the others. That has been taken away from us by brutal force, including genocide. So those who did it should not be rewarded again, and helped, by the way. They were helped by the arms embargo imposed in 91 September by the Security Council, Resolution 713. President Clinton said it locked in Bosnia's disfavor. And what disfavor that was? It was a slaughter, massacre of civilian population, expulsion, and finally, genocide. We are talking about the peace agreement. Why did we need peace? Because we had the war. Why did we have the war? The aggression. The main reason behind it is the ideology of Greater Serbia, meaning the expansion, aggrandizing of the territory of Serbia. And this is nothing new. It started in 1844 in a book called Načrtanje, which means a plan, by Ilija Garašanin, at the time the Minister of Interior of Serbia. The Berlin Congress gave the opportunity to the Serbian establishment to implement this plan, and that is how it began. I don't want to be very long, but the ethnic cleansing is not new too. I'll give you an example from the Second World War. In February 1943, 8,000 women, children, and old men were killed in a very short time by Serbian Chetnik forces. 1,300 what they call fighters were killed also. So Srebrenica before Srebrenica, 1943, February. That is the fate of Bosnia and Herzegovina. And that is only one example. And these numbers are mentioned in a report written by Pavle Đurišić, a commander, and the report was given to General Draža Mihajlović, the commanding officer of the Serb forces. And this is only one example. So it has a history. That's why I'm talking about context. And that is why I was very much surprised by the reaction of the Western community, political community. And the reaction was, as we all know, unsatisfactory. They allowed this to happen. As my friend Bob Dole said, yes, you warned us, but we did not believe that this savagery could happen. Yes, it happened. And guess what is going on right now? The genocide is being implemented right now in Bosnia and Herzegovina, not the human rights from the Dayton Agreement, not the verdicts from the Strasbourg Court, human rights, because the status quo locks in our disfavor. The disfavor of the victim. People did not come back to their homes. The Annex 7 was not and has not been implemented until this day. So that's a lot of favor to the perpetrators and the executioners of the genocide. It's too much. We are not well at the disposal of the protagonists of Greater Serbia to kill us off whenever there is an.
Thank you, Dr. Sejdić. Is that all right?
Yes, but I just want.
Sorry, please carry on.
Yes. One more remark. How do we end this? It's our membership in NATO, full membership in NATO, as soon as possible. That moment, this establishment in Belgrade will be hopeless. It's over. And then the normal people, the normal political forces in Serbia will take over. They cannot take over as long as there is hope to expand its territory into Bosnia and Herzegovina. And we are here because our fighters waged a heroic, epic struggle for freedom. That's why we are here today. And guess what? Especially after yesterday's visit of Minister Lavrov to Bosnia and Herzegovina, which did not go well at all. I must say that those who underestimated Bosnian forces in 1991 and 92, they know how they fared. And let me say that there is people in Bosnia and Herzegovina that are ready to defend the freedom of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and all we want is a normal civic democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina, not democratic feudalism.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sejdić. General Clark, are you there? No.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to participate here in this very important conference. Breaks my heart to hear what Prime Minister Sejdić said, and unfortunately, it's true. And here we are 25, 26 years later, still wrestling with this problem. Let me offer a few reflections on how we got here. In 1994, I was the Joint Staff Officer, a 3-star responsible for preparing the Joint Staff proposals on Bosnia and the conflict there. We were watching the conflict, but none of us who were in the military working these policies had ever been there. So I flew over in the summer of 1994. I came into Sarajevo. I met with Prime Minister Sejdić, President Izetbegović. I walked the trench lines defending Sarajevo. I met General Delic, the Bosnian soldiers. I looked at how poorly equipped they were. I flew with General Michael Rose over to meet General Mladić in Banja Luka. I was able to assess his temperament and how he operated. At the time, he was not an indicted war criminal, but there was talk of indicting him. And there was a peace proposal that had been prepared with the help of the United States that the Serbs had refused to sign. That was under discussion. During the winter of 94-95, the United States watched anxiously. There was a winter lull in the fighting. In the spring of 95, Bosnian forces attempted to break out of the siege of Sarajevo. They were pushed back in retaliation. Serb forces attacked the safe areas. They closed off Zepa. They went to other safe areas. And then there was a massacre at Srebrenica. After this, NATO determined with U.S. leadership that this could not be permitted to happen again. The United States formulated a new 7-point peace plan. Ambassador Holbrooke came off his honeymoon after the plan had been coordinated by Mr. Tony Lake, the National Security Advisor, and our team in Europe. Ambassador Holbrooke came in to do the implementation and execution of the plan. On our third day, we met with President Milosevic. The question was, who do we negotiate with? The Bosnian Serbs, Mr. Krajisnik? Or do we go with President Milosevic? President Milosevic said grandly, oh, with me, of course. We asked, but you're the president of another country. We thought, how could you direct? He said, there will be an election. These people will not defy the will of the Serb people. He said, think of these Bosnian Serbs as, you would say, country cousins. We took a break. Assistant Secretary of Defense Joe Kruzel and I went up to President Milosevic at the break and said, Mr. President, you said you have so much influence over these people in these Serbs in Bosnia, but why did you allow General Mladić to kill those 5,000 or more people at Srebrenica? He said, I told Mladić not to do it, but he wouldn't listen to me. So we had some idea then of Milosevic, his intent, what he knew, and how he operated. As Ambassador Hill will tell you, we reconstituted our own delegation after the accident on Mount Igman. I recall vividly how we were in Geneva. There was a meeting with President Izetbegović to get his agreement to the establishment of the Republika Srpska. And President Izetbegović said very forcefully, he says, this is unjust. This is unjust. This is unjust. But it was ultimately accepted. The military annex that we prepared for the Dayton Peace Agreement took lessons from the failure of the UN Protective Force. The UN Protective Force had been given responsibilities for everything and very limited authority under UN Chapter 6 authorizations of self-defense, or limited a little bit more. They called it 6+. Some of the UN Protective Force was under-equipped to do anything other than perform sentry duty with rifles, and some came without rifles. So we took our lessons from this. We made, in the military annex, the military commander for the implementation force would be responsible not for everything, but he would have the authority to do anything necessary. We called it the silver bullet clause. So it stood upside down the restrictions on the UN. They were responsible for everything. They had limited authority. We made the military limited responsibilities, unlimited authority. And of course, this was agreed. I remember the day we forced it at Dayton to Mr. Krajišnik, the Serb president. President Milosevic said, show it to Mr. Krajišnik and he will sign it. He wouldn't sign it. So after a few days, we went back to President Milosevic and said, he won't sign, he won't even talk to us about it. So Milosevic got it signed. And that was the ultimate authority. We wrote a police annex, which enabled the police to go in and work against the Serb special police. We called for the return of refugees, and we put that into the agreement. But the first year of the implementation force was very limited because there was great concern on the part of the West that these soldiers would get involved in a civil war in Bosnia. In 1993, testimony before Congress had estimated it would take 400,000 Americans to stabilize Bosnia. Well, we went in with 30,000 Americans and picked up 30,000 UNPROFOR that were members of NATO countries, from NATO countries, and put together a NATO implementation force, and it met not a shred of resistance. And then the question was, what about the war criminals? For the first 12 months, we did nothing. And then Prime Minister Blair, newly in his office, said this cannot be permitted. The UN International Criminal Tribunal has indicted these people. They need to be brought to trial. So about the time I became NATO commander, that was the first of the efforts to seize a person indicted for war crimes. And it was operated under British. That one was done by the British. It was successful. After that, things changed a little bit. There was a lot of bumping and pushing, civil actions, disobedience, threats against our soldiers, and so forth. And we ended up in a more tense situation as a result. Nevertheless, we persisted to arrest these people and send them to The Hague for trial. And we got several during the time I was NATO commander and working this issue. But one element is worth talking about here. How we used forces without using force. So in September of 1997, there was to be the first elections in Bosnia. And there was Madam Biljana Plavšić was running on a Serb ticket from Banja Luka. Our information suggested that she was going to be assassinated at a rally. We went to the UN coordinator, Mr. Jacques Klein, and asked him to postpone that rally. He said, no, that's impossible because we can't do this. This would interfere with democracy. So what we did was we looked at what was being prepared, namely a large convoy of buses carrying young Serbs from the Pali area to infiltrate the rally in Banja Luka and then provide the cover for the assassination plot. So as the buses moved out from Banja Luka, they were stopped periodically by NATO checkpoints. Everybody got off the bus. All the weapons were, and clubs and cudgels and knives were confiscated. They were delayed. They got back on the bus. A few miles further on, there was another checkpoint. They got off the bus. The end result was that several hundred of these provocateurs were prevented from making the rally. Mrs. Plavšić was not assassinated. And the next morning, I received a call from President Milosevic. He said, General Clark, I must have your help. Some of my people are in a hotel in Banja Luka, and they are under threat, and they cannot leave. I said, well, what are your people doing in a hotel in Banja Luka, Mr. President? He said, well, this is they are businessmen, and they are there, and it is dangerous. I said, well, I want to ask you a question. Are they armed? He said, yes, of course, they're armed. This is normal. So we eventually, we confiscated their weapons, and we made them undergo some pretty extreme search procedures. And President Milosevic got his assassination team back. But this was the way it was being played in September of 1997. We tried the refugee returns. It never worked. And during this period, Russia grew increasingly assertive and in opposition. During the Dayton peace talks, of course, we had a man named Igor Ivanov, who was the Russian foreign minister. He was apparently cooperative. But I flew with Deputy Secretary of State Stroh Talbot to Moscow in the fall of '95 in the midst of the peace talks to be sure we had Russian government support. And the Russian military explained it to me this way. You Americans are part of Europe. And you say you'll leave, but you won't. I said, no, there's an agreement. We're going to only be in Bosnia for 1 year. He said, please, we are Russians. We understand you. And we would do the same thing if we were in your position. So that was 1995. By the summer of 1999, the Russians were completely in opposition. And I came into my office as Supreme Allied Commander one morning in June of 1999 to be told that the Russian battalion in Bosnia-Herzegovina, which was part of the NATO stabilization force, had withdrawn across the Drina and was suspected to be moving into Kosovo. So Russia was never totally on side, and it is less so today. So we're very carefully.
Could I ask you to wind up in a minute, General?
I'm wrapping it up. Thank you, sir. We know what's happening. We're watching it very closely. And I'm hopeful with the new administration, we'll have stronger American leadership in this region. Thank you.
Thank you very much, General. Ambassador Žužul.
Thank you very much. Allow me, first of all, to tell you that I'm greeting all of you from really because I'm physically right now in Dayton, Ohio, not too far from military base that all of us participating here spent 3 weeks in trying to produce something which we rightfully call.
Unfortunately, you're not coming through very clearly. I don't know whether we can improve that.
I try to compose it to the. Is it better now? I hope that it is better. So basically, what I said that I'm right now here.
Perhaps I wonder whether we could come back to you after we've dealt with Ambassador Hill, because perhaps the line might be better, or perhaps our great experts in Croatia could improve it. Can we do that? Would that be all right with you?
Certainly.
Could we speak to Ambassador Hill?
Yes, I'm here, but please
inform me whether my microphone is working?
Well, I can see you. Could you speak, and then I can see whether I can hear you?
Okay.
I can hear you. You're perfect. Could you?
Okay.
If you make your statement now, then we'll get on. Thank you very much for joining us.
Okay. Well, thank you very much for inviting me. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss this issue of, I think, great importance in European security, but also great importance in the sharing of international values. We meet on the 25th anniversary of the Dayton Accords, and within a day of the signing of the Dayton Accords in Paris. We also meet within days of the 10th anniversary of the untimely death of Richard Holbrooke. Ambassador Holbrooke, I think, was known to everybody here. He was certainly, in many respects, my mentor, but also my tormentor, because he was indeed a difficult person. But I think a difficult problem like peace in Bosnia required, to some extent, a difficult person to deal with. I think it is important to understand the historical setting of Dayton. It was soon after the collapse of the Berlin Wall. From the time of the collapse of the Berlin Wall, many American politicians talked about a Europe whole and free and at peace. A lot of slogans about Europe, and yet we saw that in the Balkans, Europe was not whole and certainly not free and not at peace. So I think what happened in Bosnia was a brutal reminder to us that these issues don't just begin and end whether walls fall. They require our constant efforts in trying to address them, and constant efforts to try to work together in a collegial spirit. There is no question that Dayton has tried us all. There's no question that there was great frustration from the international community, especially represented by something we called the contact group at the time, a contact group that tried to address the problems of the Balkans, sometimes with a lack of appreciation for the history of the Balkans. It's often been said that the supply of Balkan history perhaps is greater than the demand for understanding Balkan history, and that for many, I think, people not from the region, there was a kind of impatience with what had gone on. Not to summarize the breakup of Yugoslavia in too trite a form, but I would say Yugoslavia was a collapsing state. It was seen by many Serbs as a conspiracy to deny Serbia its rightful place, but it was seen by many other people in Yugoslavia as a conspiracy to enshrine Serbia's leadership in that country. There was no consensus to continue it, and so it began to fall apart. I think as other countries began to look at this, we looked for quick solutions, such as a referendum in Bosnia that would somehow, because one side would win the referendum, it would somehow create a peace where everybody would agree to whoever prevailed in the referendum. Clearly, it did not, and the consequence was rather brutal. We saw a situation where the map of Bosnia began to change, not so much in its external boundaries, but more importantly, within Bosnia, we saw efforts to impose leadership, whether by the usually by the Bosnian Serb population, not content at all to live in a state called Bosnia. The European Union worked very hard on this problem, and it soon became apparent that we needed, as we say in American English, all hands on deck. Everyone needed to play a role in trying to deal with this. It was, to be sure, very frustrating for many Bosnians to talk to American diplomats and other foreign diplomats who clearly had only discovered Bosnia a few months before and did not understand the intricacies of the issue. Earlier in this conference, Croatian Prime Minister explained the role of constituent people. I can tell you, even today, if you talk to most Americans about what a constituent people are, people have no idea what constituent peoples are, and yet it was clearly a very important element in any eventual political solution in Bosnia. I think it is fair to say, and I'm sorry Dick Holber can't be here to say it himself, that most Americans did not take a strong view of what the political arrangements should be. And I think the consequence is that we have that what came out of Dayton was an amalgamation of a lot of different concepts and principles. And understandably, 25 years later, and frankly, it started about 25 days later, there's a sense that things need to be fixed in Bosnia, that Dayton is not a means by which to govern that country. I think, however, and I agree with that, I certainly did not expect to be talking about the Dayton Peace Accords 25 years later, but I think there are certain principles that need to be observed. And one of those principles is that you do not force changes on the others through the threat of force. And I think that has been one of the key elements. At the same time, we have seen, sadly, Bosnian Serbs not really wanting to participate in the structures and rather wanting to create, I think, more centrifugal force, which I don't think the international community is prepared to abide by. We are not prepared to see a breakup of Bosnia. We also know that the experience of these breakups has been a rather bitter one. So I think it is very important to take a second look at Dayton and take a second look at what needs to be done in terms of government structures. Do we need some of these entity structures? If we do, how can they be reconciled with overall Bosnian structures? We need to sit around a table and talk about this. I think it was very important. In fact, I think it was essential that the U.S. be involved in this project. It was not only the question of our values and our beliefs in human rights. It was also a question of what is the North Atlantic process, North Atlantic community supposed to be. In this regard, I think it is very important that any security provisions in Europe, namely NATO, be extended to Bosnia, and I would agree with those who have supported that. I also agree with the notion that the European Union, which to some extent has had a period of exhaustion caused by the enlargement and caused by many of the problems inherent in the European Union, needs also to finish the task of bringing all of Europe in, because we cannot talk about Europe if we are excluding a part of Europe. It is, in a sense, using a term Europe in a sort of intellectual property rights. It belongs to all people who live in Europe, not just members of the European Union. There are to be sure signs that Europe is doing what it needs to do. We've seen this with the extending of dates to North Macedonia, but also to Albania. I think this is an issue where Bosnia needs to be very much in the conversation. I have been in conferences where people from Bosnia sit around the table and do nothing but complain about those of us who sat around the table in Dayton. I would caution them in that. I would caution them, first of all, from the practical perspective that complaining about what was done 25 years ago is not really a way to a solution. I would also caution them in the practical fact that if you want to solve problems, you do not blame other people for all your problems. You look in the mirror first. And when I've seen Bosnians say that Dayton set up situations where Bosniaks couldn't go to school with Croats and things like that, that is not in the Dayton Accord. That is something that emerged. That is something that the people of Bosnia need to be more honest with themselves about dealing with. I do not for a minute suggest these problems have grown any easier. This conference will not discuss the scope of what has gone on in the U.S., but trust me, it has been a pretty difficult process that the U.S. has been going through in the last 4 years, but nor do I believe that there will be an American cavalry coming to resolve all the problems in Bosnia in the next 4 years. We need a Bosnia that engaged, deals with these issues, and I look forward to more such solutions in the context of the meeting. Thank you very much. Let me just say, it is such a pleasure to see so many old friends, some who don't look so old, but they've certainly been around for many years, and I look forward to seeing them again. Thank you very much. Thank the host for putting this together and for inviting me to.
Thank you very much, Ambassador Hill. Let's have a try and see whether we can get Ambassador Žužul on the line.
Thank you very much. I hope that now it is better. Can you hear me now?
Jako jasno.
Yes. You know, I happen to be in Dayton, Ohio. So that's probably reason why even now, 25 years after the big event, it's not so easy to communicate from here. So instead of standard lines, I switched to my mobile. So I hope that you will be able to hear me. And I am, first of all, let me tell you that I am extremely happy and proud to be among those people, because I'm one of the witnesses who can say clearly how much of personal involvement each of my predecessors on this panel did and contributed to the success of Dayton. Because let's not forget, despite of everything, Dayton was big success of the end of 20th century because it stopped one bloody war. And whatever criticism we can share or give now, that fact cannot and should not be changed. But starting with that, and first of all, complimenting the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Croatian Academy of Science for organizing that, and to the Minister Grlić, and thanking once again that I'm invited. Let me also echo what the Prime Minister of Croatia said at the beginning, and then it was very strongly, in a way, repeated by Haris Sejdić. And that is the fact, when we forget the context, and when we take things out of the context, suddenly everything looks very differently. And, you know, there is a great Croatian writer, Slobodan Novak, who is kind of Croatian version of Milan Kundera. And in one of his books, he says, things becomes different when we forgot the beginnings and when those who are involved passed away. Unfortunately, many who were involved on the positive, some on negative sides, passed away. And we should remember, of course, those heroes of Dayton and pre-Dayton time. But also we are forgetting how the thing started. We are forgetting the basic thing that was, as I said, mentioned earlier by Prime Minister Plenković and Sejdić, that the war on former Yugoslavia was the aggression. That is the word that explains, both describe and explain everything that was happening after that. And the aggression was with the idea to create the territory of so-called Greater Serbia. In the words of what General Clark said, we could hear clear witnessing of the fact who was controlling that war, and that was known. Unfortunately, international community was either pretending that that is not as clear, or sometimes they did not know. We in Croatia were fully involved, informed, and fully realistically knew that that is the fact, as Minister Granić said earlier. So let me briefly, before, rather than saying or reading any statement, just to touch several of the facts following the questions that were raised before by our able chairman of this session. So, and you know, my role was to do that different kind of diplomacy, which is sometimes kind of, we call it discreet diplomacy, something that you do not read on a daily newspaper, but sometimes is dealing with the heart of the problems, and in this case it was the truth. So for us, knowing that there are actually two levels of the war, one is the aggression that was going on, and the other is catastrophe, including humanitarian catastrophe in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we in Croatia were fully aware that we have to stop that aggression. And for some time in 94, 95, we were trying to find the ways how to do it. We are getting more and more confident that we can do it military, but on the other hand, we were fully aware that we cannot do it without support, or at least recognition by international community. So my role was to try to get that support. In that capacity, I spoke with many of people that you see now, that we are mentioning now, and some of those that are not among us anymore. Let me tell you very frankly, because 25 years passed and we can talk freely about many things. In that capacity, based on instruction by President Tuđman, I visited twice United States in late 94 and in 95, trying to convince United States that we have to stop war, and the only way is that we do it military, because if Bihać falls, and that was really our nightmare, to be very frank, we thought that that can be maybe the negative end of the war, because we thought that then in that case the aggression could be completed, because controlling Bihać, anyone who knows a little bit of geography, Serbian units, military units, would control compact territory going from Serbia through Bosnia and Herzegovina into Croatia. And there was some understanding and there was some misunderstanding on that. We were not too successful in convincing the people that we can do it, because some believe that we cannot do it, some didn't want us to do it. And then key moment that was mentioned in different aspects earlier came after the fall of Srebrenica. Based on instruction of President Tuđman, I went to London because there was a big international conference organized in London that I'm not going to comment right now, and there is a lot written about that conference. But what is not written, and it is absolutely true, is the small but extremely important episode. I came with the instruction of President to do three things, or actually to do two things and not to do one thing. Not to do was instruction not to say anything to, and I apologize to our moderator, not to say anything to official London. What I was instructed...
Nor would I say anything to them either.
What I was instructed to do was to inform Germans what we are about to do. And indeed, I did it through intervention of Michael Steiner, who was member of contact group. I met early morning at the Heathrow airport with Minister Klaus Kinkel, and I fully informed him. And he said openly, he asked me, did you talk with Americans about it? I said openly, I started the conversation, didn't finish it. He said, you need to ask Americans for support. What I can tell you from our side, we can give you some help on international community, but that help can be maximum of 5 days. So whatever you do, you should finish in 5 plus 2 days. Then a critical moment came when I had the privilege once again to meet with my very good friend, Ambassador Hill, with whom I met many times discussing all of this issue. And unfortunately, our late colleague and real hero of Dayton Peace, indeed Dayton Peace, Bob Fraser, I met with them, and basically I told them that we are ready to start military operation, and that with that military operation, we believe that we can prevent falling of Banja Luka, and by that we can prevent actually the success of the aggression. And after a long conversation over lunch in one British pub, we finished by Chris, you will allow me to quote Bob Fraser's words. He said to me, now I feel as a parent who is approached by the son who asked him to take the new Ferrari from the garage and take a drive. I'm not very totally confident that he cannot drive and that is not a dangerous mission, but I don't have choice but to give him a keys and say, take care. And those were the words. Chris is here. I hope that he can repeat that word. Parallelly with that, Minister Granic was negotiating or actually discussing with Bosnians. He was talking about that. And 2 days after that in Split, we signed I believe, historical agreement, and that is known as a split agreement, by which it was decided that the joint military action joined by Croatian forces, HVO, and Bosnian forces, and commanded by Joint Command led by General Ante Gotovina, will start military operation. That military operation prevent the fall of Bihać, but eventually it came to Operation Storm and liberated the occupied part of Croatia. And then I will come to another critical town, critical word that was mentioned by everyone, and then I will stop in this moment, but I cannot stop by not saying that. We were really arrested before entering into Banja Luka. All of us are wondering now what would be if really we enter, as I said, joint forces, if we enter Banja Luka. That would be, by my mind, the end of the aggression and the end of the war. How the peace would look, who can know that? But I can tell you, let me give you two first-hand witnesses. Once from our late colleague, Dick Holbrook. Many times, in many occasions, he raised the question with many of us, wondering what would be if we took Banja Luka. Would that change the face of the history and the history, how the history worked? And not just to pay tribute to our moderator, but to tell another fact. I was very happy, very lucky as the ambassador of Croatia somewhere in, I believe, 96 or 97. Robert, please correct me if I'm wrong. To be on one big international conference in Arizona, and I was honored to sit at the table with Henry Kissinger and Margaret Thatcher. And in one moment, in front of everybody, Margaret Thatcher turned to me and said, "Please give my best to your president. He is not very popular among many people, but it is not popular thing to create the country and to win the war. But please tell him one thing. He made one big mistake. He should take Banja Luka, because if he took Banja Luka, that would be the end of the aggression." And unfortunately, there was no end of aggression. So we created the peace in Dayton, but peace was created not on a clear terms. And let me finish by that. And if I can contribute with any additional information, I'll be only glad to do it.
Thank you, Dr. Žužul. Well, as I thought, we're not going to be awarded any great medals by Croatia for getting through the whole of this. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to ask two quick questions and then ask all of our panel to make some final observations. Now, my two questions, which are actually to our American guests, and they can sort them out between them, really. But one is, and well, I think perhaps the first really is to General Clark, you, General Clark. Seems to me that we just forget how important the Bihać pocket was. It's a safe area, so-called safe area, and how could one use a more ironic expression than that? If Bihać had fallen, what would have been the consequences? General Clark, I'd like you to answer that. And then, Mr. Hill, could you tell me, if you had known that the clause, which I have written down here somewhere, but anyway, that's where it is. Yes, it is. It's Article 2, Paragraph 5 of the Constitution of Bihać, which says that refugees should be allowed back to their homes, guaranteed them that. If you, Mr. Hill, had known that in the Republika Srpska that would not by and large occur, would you have agreed to set up the Republika Srpska at all? So those are my two quite unprovocative questions. Gentlemen, could you answer them if you can? General Clark.
If Bihać had fallen, I believe it would have destabilized Croatia and certainly demoralized the resistance in Sarajevo among the Bosnians there. We watched it very closely. We had no real military contingency. If it fell, and it was one of the sources of great anxiety during the winter of 94-95. I agree, though, with Mr. Žužul that we should have taken Banja Luka. It was a discussion that we had. We got the instructions from the White House. I remember very clearly that Sunday morning, Ambassador Perdue and I went to see Mr. Shushak in the dark and closed up Ministry of Defense. Ambassador Hill and Ambassador Holbrook went to see President Tudjman, and we said, it's enough. It was enough because it was 51-49 at that point, and there was a risk of Serb intervention. And as we discussed it later on the plane, as Ambassador Holbrook said, the most important thing is to stop the killing. It's a lesson I've carried with me for the last 25 years.
Thank you very much, General Clark. Mr. Hill, can you deal with my question?
You're on mute, Chris.
First of all, I think what animated people's thinking about Banja Luka and other such efforts was the idea that we were heading to 51-49, which was a percentage set up in a contact group plan from 1993, which was maintained in the agreed principles in Dayton. And the concern was that we didn't want to see more refugee movement, that is, more forcible movement of refugees. So I think that's what animated the thinking on that. With respect to the issue of refugee returns, this was something that was kind of came to us from the international refugee community and was something that was being dealt with in other areas of the world. And so I think it was the idea that this was something that we simply to keep kind of international standards, if you will, that somehow this had to be in Dayton, I think appropriately. Would we have not had a Dayton Accords if we knew that the Bosnian Serbs were not going to live up to this? I rather doubt it, actually. I think the reality is, first of all, we can't know something that we didn't know. We knew what we knew. And I think the feeling was that we could get the Bosnian Serbs to agree to things. And if you said to someone in 1995, actually, they're not going to agree to them, I think the answer would have been, well, we'll make them agree to them. So, no, I don't think you would have seen the whole accords broken up. You might have seen some strengthening of the provisions to ensure that we could have this kind of right of return. And I must say, as a personal comment, I think it's one of the biggest disappointments of Dayton. And I think overall, the complexity of Dayton, which was designed to end a war, and I think that's important to keep in mind, I think that complexity has conspired to make certain elements of government completely unworkable. And if I were working on this in the future, I would look for streamlined authorities, again, always maintained within international standards of human rights.
Thank you, Mr. Hill. Thank you, both of you. Now, what I propose to do now is to have two very short comments. One first from Dr. Sejdić, and then to wind up from Dr. Granic. Dr. Sejdić.
Well, I thank my friends for these comments, and I will reiterate it again. This model of organizing state and community is imposed by brutal force and genocide. That we should forget that. The majority of people in Bosnia await something else, something that's closer to our nature, of a successful multi-ethnic integrationist society. That's what we want to have. Then, again, we have the verdicts by the Hague Tribunal. Those verdicts mean nothing. Then the worth of these verdicts is very low. These verdicts say who is the aggressor, what happened, who did it. Serbia was singled out by these verdicts for not doing enough or anything practically. They did the opposite. So the time has come, for the sake of new generations, to secure civic democracy in Bosnia, not the feudal democracy that we have now, and to secure the prosperity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are a rich country, we have everything, but we have been blocked by some provisions of the Dayton Agreement used by those who perpetuated the creation of Greater Serbia until this very day.
Thank you very much, Dr. Sejdić. Dr. Granic.
The war in Croatia and after that in Bosnia and Herzegovina is a result of planned aggression of Slobodan Milošević and former GNA. But we are speaking about today and tomorrow. Concerning the Bosnia and Herzegovina, I think that is crucially important that the three legitimate parties finished agreement about electoral law, especially between the Muslims and the Bosniaks and the Croats. And the future of Bosnia and Herzegovina is Euro-Atlantic membership in NATO and membership in European Union orientation and finish negotiations what started 6 months before. It is excellent that election in Bosnia and Mostar would be realized on the 20th of this month.
Thank you, gentlemen. That brings this session to an end. And the following panel, I believe, is going to start in just a few minutes' time. Thank you very much for your contributions, gentlemen. Really, that was absolutely fascinating, an education, and indeed, really, a kind of study in statesmanship. Thank you for joining us.
Yes, I can, Chris.
Jedna i druga, ili...
Tako da ti govorite nešto.
Dobro.
I
Okay, hi everybody. I'm sorry for my haircut. My name is Tihomir Vinković, and I'm going to be your host for the second panel. It's linking the principle of three constituent people and the Sejdić-Finci judgment. We just heard something about the three constituent people, but I hope we are going to have a clarification what is Sejdić-Finci judgment. So what is the way forward?
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
I'm trying to talk through mask. Is that possible? Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you now.
Can I just first call you so we can hear that you are on the line? Mr. Christopher McGrudden?
Yes, hello, I'm here.
Okay. Mr. Christopher McGrudden is a professor of human law and equality law from Queen's University, Belfast. Mr. Brandon O'Leary? Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Mr. Brandon O'Leary is a law professor of political science, University of Pennsylvania. Professor Kasim Trnka. Mr. Trnka, can you hear me? Okay. Mr. Trnka is professor of constitutional law, but moreover, he was a chief legal counsel of BH delegation in Washington and Dayton talks. Mr. Dražen Barbarić, can you hear me? Okay, okay. Assistant professor of political science, University of Mostar. Mr. Marko Prelec. Mr. Prelec, can you hear me? Yeah, okay, you can hear me. I can't see you. Mr. Prelec is consulting analyst of International Crisis Group. And last but not least, Edward P. Joseph. Can you hear me, sir? Mr. Joseph, can you hear me? Okay, I can see you. So Mr. Joseph is professional lecturer. John
Yes, I'll be loud and clear.
Okay, John Hopkins School of Advanced International Studies. And we can start with legal analysis. What is the Sejdić-Finci judgment and what are three constituent people? How can we link it? I would like to invite Mr. Christopher McGrudden to acquaint us with the matter. Mr. McGrudden, please.
Thank you. It's an honor to have been asked to participate in this panel and in the conference. I've been asked to provide an introduction to the Sejdić-Finci case, which I'll try to do in as neutral a way as possible, leaving it to the other panelists to consider the implications. So in the summer of 2006, Mr. Sejdić and Mr. Finci challenged the Bosnian constitutional provisions that provide that only persons declaring affiliation with one of the three constituent peoples in Bosnia are entitled to stand for certain elected posts. In the preamble to the Constitution, as you well know, Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs are described as constituent peoples. The Constitution makes a distinction between these constituent peoples and others, which would include other minorities such as Roma and Jews, those from mixed marriages, and those who chose not to self-identify with any of the constituent peoples. Since neither Mr. Sejdić nor Mr. Finci declared an affiliation with any of the three constituent peoples, they were ineligible to stand for election to the presidency, that is, the three-person collective head of state, and to the House of Peoples, the second chamber of the state parliament. They complained to the European Court of Human Rights that their ineligibility to stand for election was because of their Roma and Jewish origin. In December 2009, the European Court of Human Rights' Grand Chamber, that's the highest chamber, handed down its judgment in the case. And the court concluded by 14 votes to 3 that the applicant's ineligibility to stand for election to the state's House of Peoples of Bosnia was because of their ethnic identity, and that it lacked an objective and reasonable justification. Bosnia had therefore breached the prohibition of discrimination in the conduct of elections under Article 14, the prohibition of discrimination, read in conjunction with Article 3 of Protocol 1 on the right to elections. The court also held that the constitutional provision under which the applicants were ineligible for election to the state presidency also constituted ethnic discrimination more broadly under the prohibition against discrimination in Protocol number 12. It too was said to lack an objective and reasonable justification. So in the limited time I have available, I'd like to focus on 3 issues. And I'll focus initially on the approach adopted by the majority on each of these issues. First, the question of whether the restrictions amounted to ethnic discrimination. Second, whether Bosnia was acting within what's called the margin of appreciation accorded to states in implementing the European Convention on Human Rights. And third, whether the discrimination could be justified and was proportionate. So first to the question of ethnic discrimination. Now, the court had held in previous cases that discrimination meant treating persons in similar situations differently without an objective and reasonable justification. The court viewed the discrimination at issue in the applicant's case as discrimination on ethnic grounds. The court interpreted ethnicity as originating in, quotes, the idea of societal groups marked in particular by common nationality, religious faith, shared language, or cultural and traditional origins and backgrounds. So drawing on the definition adopted by the UN International Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Racial Discrimination, 1966, the court declared that discrimination on ethnic grounds is also a form of racial discrimination. Racial discrimination, in the court's view, is, quotes, a particularly egregious kind of discrimination, and in view of its perilous consequences, requires from the authorities special vigilance and a vigorous reaction. Because of its egregious nature, the court emphasized that the authorities must use all available means to combat racism, thereby reinforcing democracy's vision of a society in which diversity is not perceived as a threat, but as a source of enrichment. That's a quotation. So turning then to the second issue of the margin of appreciation, the court in this case accorded the state a very narrow margin of appreciation, precisely because it said it involved ethnic discrimination. The Bosnian government had argued that it should be given the benefit of a wide margin of appreciation because its current constitutional structure was established by a peace agreement after one of the most destructive conflicts in recent European history. The government claimed, quotes, that the time was still not ripe for a political system which would be a simple reflection of a majority rule, given in particular the prominence of mono-ethnic political parties and the continued international administration of Bosnia and Herzegovina. The court did not agree with this statement from the Bosnian government. It held that where, quotes, a difference in treatment is based on race or ethnicity, the notion of objective and reasonable justification must be interpreted as strictly as possible. Hence, no margin of appreciation. Third, even if there was discrimination, however, could this be justified? And for a distinction to be regarded as having an objective and reasonable justification, it must pursue a legitimate aim, and there must be a reasonable relationship or proportionality between the means employed and the aim sought to be realized. The court considered first whether the challenged exclusionary rule regarding election to the House of Peoples pursued a legitimate aim. The Bosnian government had argued that the history of the origins of the contested provisions should be given determinative weight in the assessment of whether there was an objective and reasonable justification. And the government defended the central function of the Constitution as introducing what it called a corrective standard into simple majority rule. Now, the court accepted that the exclusionary rule pursued at least one aim that's broadly compatible with the general objectives of the Convention, namely the restoration of peace. It accepted that when the impugned constitutional provisions were put in place, a very fragile ceasefire was in effect on the ground. The nature of the conflict was such that the approval of the Constituent Peoples was necessary to ensure peace, it said. This could explain, without necessarily justifying, the absence of representatives of the other communities at the negotiations. The court concluded, however, that it was only able to examine the period after the ratification of the Convention by Bosnia. And on that basis, it decided that it didn't have to consider whether there was a legitimate aim, because in any event, the maintenance of the system didn't satisfy the requirement of proportionality. And that was so for several reasons. While progress, it said, might not always have been consistent and challenges remain, the court, quotes, identified a significant positive set of developments in Bosnia, since the Dayton Peace Agreement, which appeared to indicate progress towards normalization of security. The court agreed with the government that there's no requirement to totally abandon the power-sharing mechanisms peculiar to Bosnia, and the time may still not be ripe for a political system which would be a simple reflection of majority rule. But nevertheless, it relied on the opinion of the Venice Commission to support its conclusion that there exist mechanisms of power sharing which do not automatically lead to the total exclusion of representatives of the other communities. So there were, in other words, alternative means of achieving the same aim, they said. And applying that approach to the presidency election rules resulted in the same conclusion, that it was unlawful under the convention. Now, I'll finish in a couple of minutes, but I want to point out the significant, partly concurring, partly dissenting opinions by Judge Milovic, the judge from Bosnia, joined by Judge Hagiels from Azerbaijan. And like the majority, Judge Milovic found there to be a violation, but was very critical, as was the separate dissents from Judge Bonello, the Maltese judge, about the approach that the court took. So Judge Milovic's assessment of the potential for majority decision-making to bring catastrophic results stands in marked contrast to the majority's much more optimistic assessment. The case, she argued, raises issues that went to the heart of the post-war organizational structure, and changing those structures might result in serious constitutional turmoil. To deny legitimacy to norms, she said, that may be problematic from the point of view of non-discrimination, but were necessary to achieve peace and stability and to avoid further loss of human lives would be, she said, very difficult. Making changes in the composition of specific political institutions requested by the applicants would actually require changes in the existing balance of power, and this could rekindle the serious tensions that are still present in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And she pointed to serious questions concerning the majority's conclusion that security was becoming normalized. Following a detailed and depressing litany of continuing problems, she asked rhetorically, can one be absolutely certain of the lack of justification for these constitutional arrangements today, she said. She dissented on the court's conclusion that methods were available other than the use of ethnic affiliation. She asked, what other method would maintain the ethnic balance and build the confidence that's so needed in Bosnia and Herzegovina? Finally, my last point, Judge Bonello, like Judge Milovic, considered that the majority's judgment, quotes, divorced Bosnia and Herzegovina from the realities of its own recent past, he said. After sketching out the history of the negotiations that led to the Dayton Accords, and quotes the precarious equilibrium laboriously reached, resulting in a fragile tripartite symmetry born from mistrust and nourished on suspicion, he expressed his unease that this court had taken upon itself, he said, to disrupt all of that. For Judge Bonello then, in dissent, there were major issues over the legitimacy and competence of the European Court of Human Rights to decide a case involving international peace agreements, underpinned by an international treaty, especially where instability was still the order of the day. So I hope in summary that I've provided at least an adequate introduction to this fascinating and controversial case, a case that 12 years after the court's judgment remains unimplemented, of course. I'll finish at that point. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor McCrudden. I will have to say that we invited here Professor Milic, who was a judge, as you mentioned that in the court, but unfortunately she was not able to join us. And we are going to go to Professor Brandon O'Leary, who was analyzing not just that judgment, but the whole case. Mr. O'Leary?
Hello, everybody.
Okay. Will you kindly tell us what your analysis led to? What kind of conclusions?
I would like to thank the Croatian Academy of Sciences and the Foreign Ministry, particularly Croatia's ambassador to the United States, for inviting me to this important occasion. I heard one speaker already say, I think it was Dr. Sejdić, that he wanted a normal democracy in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm a political scientist. My first question is, what is a normal democracy? Is it the United States, where the head of state has to be born in the United States? I, as a US citizen, as an immigrant, am not entitled to compete to be president of the United States. I don't complain about that fact. I don't head to the Supreme Court to complain about it, but it is a fact that the presidency of the United States is ethnically restricted. The United States president is elected by an electoral college, not by a popular majority. So is the US a normal democracy? Is the United Kingdom, where I lived for 20 years, a normal democracy? Its head of state has to be, the crown has to be Anglican Protestant in belief. The head of government, the prime minister, cannot be a practicing Catholic. They have to advise on the appointment of bishops to the House of Lords, Protestant bishops. That's feudal democracy, I suppose. Is a normal democracy Belgium, which has 3 regions, one of which is linguistically mixed, the 2 others practice linguistic majoritarianism. The cabinet has to have equal numbers of French speakers and Dutch speakers. What about the European Union itself? Now, with 1 member state exiting, it has 27 constituent peoples. It's organized according to a rigorous system of power sharing, super qualified majority voting, veto rights, and extensive recognition of cultural autonomy. I say all this to make the key point about the decision made by the European Court of Human Rights. It did not appear to me to appreciate the variety of legitimate forms of democracy, one of which is, to give it its correct name, consociational democracy. That's a system in which there is parity among the constituent peoples, there is proportionality in representation and in the allocation of resources, there is autonomy on matters of fundamental importance to communities, such as education, and lastly, there are constitutional veto rights to inhibit majorities from depriving minorities of their rights. Now, this system of consociational democracy has been a partial success in other European locations, notably in Northern Ireland, where I grew up. It's also been a success in the Netherlands between 1917 and 1966. It organically dissolved, but it did inhibit serious conflict in the Netherlands. Both Belgium and Switzerland combine, like Bosnia and Herzegovina, federal and consociational principles. So arguably, there was nothing extraordinarily democratically improper about the structure of what was agreed in the Dayton Agreement. The Court of Human Rights is, of course, specialist in human rights. It is not, however, a general court of comparative constitutional law, still less is it a court of comparative democracies. It chose, however, to override the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina, on which there already sat international judges who were not associated with any of the major communities inside Bosnia itself. And it chose to do so, it seems to me, on rather absolutist understandings of human rights. Of course, Roma and Jews and others should be entitled to their full human rights in every political polity in Europe and anywhere else where they reside. But that, I think, was not the issue. Human rights have to be balanced against one another, and they also have to be balanced against other values, including stability. And I make this point as a political scientist because I have been a constitutional advisor at many peace agreements around the world. I've worked for the United Nations as part of its mediation support unit. I'm its former senior advisor on power sharing. As a result of this court decision, which is so far proven unworkable, I would be obliged in future peace agreements to advise people not to give a regional court of human rights definitive jurisdiction over any element of the constitutional bargain being struck, because there would be a serious possibility that it could be unwound. I deeply regret that I would have to give that kind of advice. It is possible to combine power sharing arrangements with respect for human rights. And this court case, unfortunately, makes that a little bit more difficult. To conclude, what is to be done? I'm a foreigner. I'm an Irish citizen and a European Union citizen and a United States citizen, but I don't think I have any jurisdiction in this case. It does seem to me, however, that the Venice Commission, in advising the European Court of Human Rights, did not adequately spell out an alternative form of power sharing that would not have the difficulties regarding human rights which the court identified. What could that formula look like? It could involve an electoral college, like the United States, except it would have to be territorially composed. Somebody could be elected from the Serb Republic, somebody could be elected from, two people could be elected from the Federation, but in order to achieve equity across the three constituent peoples, as well as the others, there would have to be two territorial electoral colleges inside Bosnia and Herzegovina. I don't have a solution to the structuring of the Senate, and I think that's appropriate because it doesn't seem to me that, given the question of margin of appreciation, that the court should have commented on the design of the legislature. The key question was on the executive, and there are ways of accomplishing the relevant objectives, though the Venice Commission didn't point them out. What I can say as a professional political scientist is under no circumstances should the alternative vote be used in Bosnia and Herzegovina. That experiment has been tried before and failed, and it should not be repeated. Thank you very much for the time you've given me, and I look forward to the rest of the conference.
Thank you, Professor O'Leary. You just mentioned Belgium. As a person who is a foreigner, but I live in Belgium, I can't agree more with you that they were, after years, they made a so far workable solution. But now I would like to ask Mr. Kasim Trnka, who is a professor of constitutional law, but at the same time he was representative of President Izetbegovic in a BH, arguing in front of the court about the constitution through all the territory of the Bosnia and Herzegovina, not confined to Federation or to Republika Srpska. Mr. Trnka, can you hear me? Professor Trnka, it seems like we have some kind of trouble with connection. We might try it later. Assistant Professor Barbaric from Political Science Department in University of Mostar. Can we just have a few words from your side, introduction from your side?
Dear colleagues, no, okay. I will, first of all, I would like to thank Minister Grlić Radman for the invitation. And I will use the opportunity to speak on my mother tongue because of the precision of my arguments and for the reduction of time. Samo nekoliko okvirnih stvari koje ja...
Just a few things that constitute a diagnostic shock. Let's call a spade without embellishing. Let's be as honest as possible. The Bosnian and Herzegovinian constitutionalism is not of civic nature. Maybe we were closest to that on the 1st of March 1992 when we had a referendum. But this actually discredits it because a whole national community ignored it. So it was not a social contract per se. I would like to quote Oslo Bojenje, one of the most influential newspaper of that time, which said only a day before the referendum, the preparation for the referendum completed successfully, and now we just have to express the political will for an independent Bosnia and Herzegovina and its sovereign peoples. Already then, they spoke about something that would eventually become a constituent peoples. The Dayton Accords in its Annex 4 created a tripartite sovereignty and a minimum frame of statehood. 3 war communities that arose from the war had their leaders and transferred their shares of sovereignty of war community and the ownership of the territory into the common minimum frame and created a state. The creator of the Constitution knew already then that the creation of a liberal democracy could not create a civic society or a civic state that have been mentioned today, because the whole thing would be reduced or annulled. We would end up with a dictatorship of a majority of the 3 majorities, and every war community, which later became a constituent people, in the civic form of democracy, wherever it was demographically more powerful, would actually exercise the dictatorship of the majority. That was a trap, and the whole system would have imploded if that had been established. The whole political system is now imbued with the co-association element. In a situation when there is no trust, which is a precondition of coexistence of the 3 national communities and their 3 leaders, it would become a mechanism for constant blocking. And this is exactly what we have at the moment in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The lack of trust for the association model is impediment for state functionality. The Dayton functioned on the principle that nobody at that moment knew what the next level would be and how the building blocks would be mounted on top of each other. However, every constituent people, through their political subjects, had its own vision, its own Dayton Accord, its own superstructure of the future state. The Bosniaks, on the one hand, wanted a unitarization and a civic state and internal organization according to some historic criteria, whatever that meant. On the other hand, the Serbs wanted secessionism or confederalization, the creation of more or less de facto statehood of their people. And Croats were in favor of further federalization. And the biggest number of regions with a Croat majority that would unite and that would create a sub-state. The problem today is that all the 3 sides swear by Dayton. There's nobody who will renounce Dayton. However, nobody trusts Dayton fully. For the Serbs, it's a lakmus paper, whereas official Sarajevo wants to disrobe the entity of Republika Srpska of its power. For Bosniaks, it's a necessary evil, a temporary necessary evil, but it is the guarantor of sovereignty. For Croats, it functions as the starting point. Today, if you analyze the requirement of the political actors who are the legitimate representatives of the Croatian people, it is just the factory resetting, the return to the principles that were being agreed in 1995. To be honest, the original Dayton has never taken off the ground. the original Dayton has been deformed and modified according to the principle of strengthening of the central state power and the weakening of the federalist tendencies. And in conclusion, I would like to say that currently in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have the sort of media narrative which actually puts an equal sign between the judgments of the two different courts, one in Strasbourg, the other in Sarajevo. We're talking about European values, European norms which derogate the ethnic and national model of closed and ethnic groups, or the feudal democracy or democratic feudalism, as if you will. On the other hand, the decisions of the Constitutional Court is the model of survival in the frame that we have. The models of Malaysia or the Ivory Coast cannot be a model for us. It is the European values that we have to follow as our road model. The preservation of collective rights or group-based differentiated rights. Europe also tries to preserve diversities, as Professor Leary said. For example, in Switzerland, it's not a problem when we talk about federalization. It's not a part of the agenda. When we negotiate about the status of South Tyrol in Italy, the direct negotiators are Roma and Vienna. In Bosnia and Herzegovina, that would be a heretic involvement in our internal relations. Let's not even go to Belgium. In Belgium, people are delegated by their linguistic parliaments or linguistic segments. The European Union itself, is it not based on subsidiarity, federalism, and the respect for national differences? And in our case, in our discourse, which is very much potentiated in the media, is often labeled as fascism, racism, and even the Soviet model. In Belgium, Tyrol, or Switzerland, I do not recognize the signature of Soviet lawyers, or so being the advocate of the Belgian model or Canadian model, if that is racism, if that is a Soviet model, then the question arises, and it's a big question, whether there is any future for Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you very much for your patience.
To connect with Professor Trnka. Profesor Trnka.
Se čujemo.
Čujemo li se?
Ja vas čujem, čujete li mene?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
So, as I said at the beginning, you are arguing in front of the court about the constitution in the whole Bosnia and Herzegovina, all three people. And at the same time, you are a legal representative of the that time BH presidency at Washington and Dayton Peace Accord. So can you give us your opinion about, as we said, constitutional principle of three constituent people and a Sejdić-Finci judgment, and what's the future of that?
Allow me first to congratulate the organizer of today's conference, the Croatian Academy of Arts and Sciences and the Croatian Ministry of Foreign Affairs that have organized this very, very valuable conference on the issues that concern Bosnia and Herzegovina directly. When we mark the 25th anniversary of the Dayton Accord, we have heard a lot of different statements on the Dayton Accords, and a majority of those who come from democratic states believe that the Dayton Accord was the initial stage or the first step, and that we need to take further steps in order to continue continue with the application of European standards. Let me say that the Dayton Peace Accord has demonstrated so far that it is not productive, that it is keeping Bosnia and Herzegovina in the state of perpetual national confrontations and the deepening of differences, and that it has actually prevented the functioning of any democratic integrational elements in a society such as Bosnia and Herzegovina, in which obviously the principle of national equality has to be respected, but where human rights and freedoms also have to be respected. One of the advantages of the Dayton Accord is that it has designed the whole thing dynamically, so that the regional political forces can independently amend the constitution and improve it or adjust it to the European democratic standards. A majority believe that it is the first step in the progress of Bosnia and Herzegovina on the road to Euro-Atlantic integrations, that Bosnia needs to change its constitutional framework. If you will allow me to give you my opinion how this should be done, I would like to say that we have to take into account the report of the European Commission on the progress of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have to look at all the judgments of the European Court, starting with the first one to the last one, where the court instructs the institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina to amend the constitutional framework and ensure the equality of all the peoples. If we look at the report of the European Commission dating from May last year, this report refers to the decisions of the European Court and asks the local government to change the constitutional framework. So the report of the Commission says, inter alia, the Constitution contains provisions based on national affiliations that are not in keeping with the European Convention on Human Rights. Those provisions concern the appointment of judges and the election of the head of state, executive and legislative bodies, because those rights are reserved for the members of the three constituent peoples. That is why it is necessary to reform the constitution to allow all the citizens to exercise their political rights in keeping with the judgment of the European Court of Human Rights. Now, the question arises, bearing in mind the social and political aspects and the inter-ethnic tensions in Bosnia and Herzegovina, how to strike a balance in order to provide all the three constituent peoples the full balance in achieving their rights. I remind you that the constituent peoples had places reserved in the institutions of public authorities, either based on parity or proportionality, that they have the right to a national veto and all the other various possibilities to control the decision-making process at the state level. And now introducing the elements of civic equality and the judgment of the European Court, we should strike a balance between the two elements and allow access to the institutions to those who are not members of the constituent people, while still keeping the elements of equality according to the constituent peoples, so that they don't feel threatened. The fact that 25 years have not led to the progress in the quality of life and the functionality of state power tells us that we have to embark on amending the constitution and introducing the elements of civic democracy in the functioning of the state government in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Hello, thank you.
Do
you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. Can you give us your introductory words?
Yeah, sure. Thank you. It's a great honor to be here. And I feel somewhat humbled appearing between the great Sejdić-Finci and my friend Ed Joseph. So in the 25 years since the Dayton Peace Agreement, Bosnia and Herzegovina has recovered and grown beyond the hopes of anyone, I think, who was there during or immediately after the war. First time I saw it, I still remember quite clearly in 1999. I was quite shaken to see and feel the overwhelming presence of death and destruction. Today, as we all know, Bosnia is at peace. Its cities, homes, mosques, and churches are repaired or rebuilt. Members of communities that once took up arms against one another now trade and socialize across the old front lines without a second thought. A network of common institutions secures the border, collects the tax, prints the currency, runs the elections. And tomorrow, who knows, it has such potential. With enormous effort by its people and the international community, Bosnia has come a long way. And the question I want to try to answer today is, has it come far enough? Is it a normal, self-sustaining country? And I very much would like to be able to say yes, but that would be misleading, because for too many of its people, it feels that there is something fundamentally wrong with Bosnia's basic identity as a state, its constitutional architecture, the rules of its game. They agree that there is something wrong, but disagree, sometimes passionately, about what it is. Is the state too weak? Is it too strong? Are there too many units or too few? And even more on how to fix it. Making matters worse, throughout the region, not only in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and indeed not only in the Western Balkans, it's disturbing and in fact, to me, sickening to see a revival of praise for persons convicted of genocide and the crimes against humanity we heard of in the earlier panels, and more generally of the darker forms of nationalism and xenophobia, much of it driven by national leaders. I have three simple points to make about Bosnia and Herzegovina today. The first is that any sound attempt to place the country on a firm foundation on which it can build itself up to the point of becoming an EU member state has to begin with the people who live there as they are. You've got to take them as you find them. It's just a fact that Bosnians experience the state in diverse ways. They sense their own identity in different ways, which include ethnicity and nationality, but are not limited to them. We have to look for a way that people who disagree about what the state should be can nonetheless live and work together better than they can now. Let me be a little bit more specific about this. There are people who are proud to be Bosniak, or Croat, or Serb, and who want, understandably, most of the power of the state concentrated in units focused on those ethnic identities, and there's nothing wrong with that. There are also people who are proud to be Bosnian citizens. Some of them are also Bosniaks, Croats, and Serbs. Some of them are none of the above, and they want nothing more than a civic state, and there's nothing wrong with that either. Bosnia and Herzegovina belongs to all of them equally. And to be even more pointed about this, you sometimes sense in the debates about the future constitutional order and the shape of constitutional reform, a desire on the part of some that Bosnians would just get over their clinging to the civic identity and admit that they are really secretly what their ethnic identity is. Or conversely, the people would simply get over their ethnic identity and admit that they're all Bosnians. And neither of these has any real prospect of becoming the animating spirit of a valid constitutional reform in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We've just got to take people as they are. The second point is that as you look around the world, and I'm grateful to to the speakers that came before me for making this point in a more scholarly and nonetheless accessible way, you see hardly any countries that use the concept of constituent peoples in their constitution, but you see a great many countries that use autonomous regions or federalism. Some of the most successful and prosperous countries in Europe, Austria, Germany, Italy, Spain, Belgium, Switzerland. Outside of Europe, the United States, Australia, Canada, many others use these models and use them well. And let me suggest there is a lesson in that fact. I think it is overwhelmingly likely that the best framework for Bosnia and Herzegovina is that tried and tested federal framework. But making it work will mean giving up the idea that specific jobs belong to specific ethnicities and replacing it with the idea that government officials are responsible to the people who elect them. To digress for a moment, the problem with constituent peoples is that Bosnians don't vote and probably cannot vote as members of constituent peoples. So the link between elector and elected is broken in that system. Now, there are many ways federalism can work, and it would be foolhardy to prescribe one at this stage before the debate has even properly started. But it's not too soon to point out two essential features that all effective systems share. These are subsidiarity, giving people as much say as possible in deciding how their particular and local affairs are run, and accountability, ensuring that the link between elector and elected is strong, ensuring that every community, however it defines itself in civic life, in ethnic or in civic terms, can nonetheless choose representatives in national government. The third and last point is that more or less by definition, Bosnia and Herzegovina's current leaders and its past leaders and any conceivable future leaders are those who have won the Dayton game. The game of politics played according to the rules set out in the Constitution and the laws, court rulings, OHR and OSCE decisions that have implemented and in some cases, yes, modified it. They are supremely well adapted to those rules, whether or not they praise them or even like them. So relying on that leadership to reform down to its roots the very system that created it may be a recipe for disappointment. We often hear accusations that leaders are corrupt and clientelistic, and that's as may be, but it's only part of the story. Leaders are only part of a system and are a product of it. It's the system as a whole, including what I call the rules of the Dayton game, that is the problem. If you replace the leaders, but keep the system unchanged, then the new boss will sooner or
It seems like we have some kind of trouble with the connection. But anyway, thank you, Mr. Prowse, for your introductory words. Professor Joseph, can we hear each other?
Yes, we can. I hear you loud and clear. I'm very sorry that my friend Marko Prelec dropped off. I was quite taken by his presentation and wanted to hear his concluding remarks. To Marko, thank you very much. Dame i gospodo, čast mi je biti danas ovdje s vama. Ladies and gentlemen, it's an honor to be with you all here today and to be with all of these experts on this panel. Now, there's been a lot of these 25th anniversary gatherings, several of them, both last month and this month. And I want to just share two opposed viewpoints, takeaways that I've gotten from this. The first describes and sums up the situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina like this. The situation in Bosnia and Herzegovina is war by other means. The other takeaway that I've gotten from some of these events is Bosnia should no longer be treated as a special needs country. So on the one hand, it's still war by other means. On the other hand, take off the training wheels. Bosnia should not be treated as a special needs country. Now, where does Sejdić-Finci fit into this? 2 points, and I will not focus on these highly respected scholars and their view of the legal implications of Sejdić-Finci. Let me just mention 2. First, it's a clear indication, whether we agree with the decision or not, and the dissent and so forth, that there's a contradiction. There is some form of a contradiction between the...
Excuse me, Professor Joseph. Is it possible that you can turn on your camera?
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, appreciate it.
I wish you had told me from the outset there. Sorry, I didn't realize the camera was...
Fantastic. Just go ahead.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, as I mentioned, again, it's an honor to be here with you all. 2 views, war by other means, or take off the training wheels and don't treat it as a special needs country. These are the 2 views. And Sejdić-Finci gives us 2 points. Number 1 is it's a contradiction in some way. In some way or fashion, it contradicts with European values. Now, to the extent, again, lawyers can debate that. The second point is that it is a practical problem. The fact that it was not implemented stalled, prevented Bosnia from even activating its Stabilization Association Agreement for a number of years. So it has to be confronted, whether we like the opinion or how we believe it, it has to in some way be addressed. Now, what I'm going to do here in the minutes that I have, what I'm going to try to do is, number 1, give some context here, some reality check of what this really means and how we approach this. Number 2 is, how did we get here? And here I've been asked to allude and refer to some of my experiences in Bosnia-Herzegovina during the war, and I'll try to do that and make reference here to how we got here. And then third, of course, I'm going to turn to the future, and in particular, look at U.S. interests. What are U.S. interests in helping the citizens of Bosnia-Herzegovina address this contradiction? Now, first point is, it's not true that there's been no progress since the Dayton Agreement was signed. At its peak, under the leadership of High Representative Patty Ashdown, there were a number of very important reforms: value-added tax, freedom of movement. And here's the key takeaway. The perception is that these were all or mostly by bond powers imposed, when the truth is that the parties came to agreement in these. How and why? Because Ashdown and the international community created a framework of serious and clear international commitment to Bosnia-Herzegovina. And it was creating that framework that allowed the parties to come to agreement, even on the verge of making significant reforms. And of course, that all came apart when Ashdown's successor came in and said, international community is backing off. It's all up to the locals. And since that year, virtually straight, 2006, Bosnia, you can mark Bosnia's and Herzegovina's steady decline. Now, another important point there. During that period, we heard Mr. Borrell mention reconciliation. And he's absolutely right to mention how important that is. Do you know that under that time, that leadership, that peak of international cooperation post-Dayton, that the then president of Republika Srpska, Dragan Čović, not to be confused with Dragan Čović, president of Republika Srpska, apologized, issued what many Bosniaks took to be a genuine, sincere apology for Srebrenica. What do we have today? Marco referred to it. We have denial of genocide by Bosnian Serb leaders. And what does this signify? It's not only that it's a moral abomination to deny such an act, it has political implications. It's a reflection of the posture towards the legitimacy and existence of Bosnia-Herzegovina. So it's very important to underscore this dramatic shift, and it was not always like that post-Dayton. Second point here about context, reality check. What are we actually confronting? People in Bosnia-Herzegovina are voting with their feet. talk about their ability to vote and choose their leaders, they're voting with their feet, particularly young people. They're leaving. This has been widely known and widely discussed. One of the major reasons we know it's not just lack of jobs, corruption. Now, there's a lot of talk about corruption. There's the famous Priebe report. Let me quickly give you an anecdote to understand the extent of this. I have a friend who's a businessman in Sarajevo. There is a public enterprise in Bosnia-Herzegovina. This public enterprise, he knows, could do much better, could have much more revenue if it would only take certain very basic steps. He has pointed that out to the management. International business folks have pointed that out to the management. They do not take these steps. I asked this individual, I said, I don't understand. There's corruption, yes. But if they took these steps and increased revenue, they would have more to steal, wouldn't they? He explained to me that if they increase the revenue, that it is more likely they will have to share that revenue stream with others. And they prefer to maintain total control over the revenue stream that they have rather than expand it. So I give you that just as a reality check and an eye-opener to Bosnia. So you can say, and look, Sejdić-Finci, which model to take, but here's the point. Whatever model, whatever we agree or think about the decision, there's an obligation here to break the paralysis and come up with a diagnosis and a prescription. And there's simply, really, 25 years on, is no alternative to doing that. Now, let me turn quickly to the dynamics of the war, how it got here, and about some of these points, including federalism, which Marco just mentioned. Now, the Ambassador Hill mentioned this before. Let's take a look at the war. The war in Bosnia didn't take place in a vacuum. It was part of the dissolution of former Yugoslavia. What was the primary question? The primary question was always the Serb question. If Yugoslavia dissolves, what will happen to the Serbs who live outside of Serbia? Well, we know the answer. I'm compressing here, but we know the answer. And of course, this is a very significant problem in Bosnia because you have the largest concentration of Serbs was in Sarajevo and other parts of Bosnia. And we know how this happened, that Serbs in Croatia and in Bosnia rejected independence, and with varying degrees of involvement of the JNA, Yugoslav National Army, they had perpetrated violent secession. And we know what happened in Vukovar in 1991, and this was a precursor of what happened in Bosnia later. Now, what is the other point to take away here? Is this ethnic makeup. The question of territory and federalism and achieving ethnic objectives and aims. During the war, we have to understand, ethnic cleansing was not a byproduct of the war. It was not just, well, people are fighting and then they're fleeing and, well, we're going to chase out a few. It was a strategic aim. It was the means by which the territory would be conquered, was the violent expulsion and murder in many cases of the population. The other point to talk about here is, of course, the most intense element of ethnic cleansing took place in Republika Srpska. We have to be very clear. It did not take place against minorities. Bosnian Muslims, as they were then known, Muslims, were the pre-war majority, absolute majority, in all the municipalities from Zvornik to Foča. That is, the municipalities bordering the Drina River, that border, the crucial for Serbs strategic border with Serbia. Well, they were in the absolute majority. This ethnic cleansing, we have to put it in some context. We all know that term. But effectively what it did was it was the dramatic changing of the ethnic demographics of Bosnia-Herzegovina by force. Now, the other point we have to take away is that it was the proof of the wholesale identification of ethnic security with territory. That's what it was. That's what this war was. That's what ultimately achieved. The Dayton Agreement, we know, ended the war, but at the cost of this map. The map was adjusted somewhat at Dayton, but this was the main core of it was that Serbs were in this entity. Now, Dayton also left us with an experiment. What was the experiment? It was, can we achieve in a post-conflict setting? Do we get cooperation from one of the parties, a party that would secede, if we give them their own compact territory and give them extremely high autonomy, powers, almost powers that have vestiges of a state. Will that ethnic security that we give them, in turn, make them feel secure enough that they will then cooperate with the ones they were fighting with in building a state in this case that has the opportunity even to join the European Union? We know the answer to that experiment. The answer is no. It doesn't work that way. The more ethnic security, it has been a paradox. It has perpetuated the dynamic of secession. And again, the individual, that expert from Mostar may say, folklore, confederation, whatever. In any event, the bottom line is that there is a zero-sum relationship between Republika Srpska and Sarajevo, and any increase in powers to the central government to make it functional, to work, to join the European Union, are perceived in Republika Srpska as diminishing its powers. That's number one. Now let's quickly turn to the role of the Bosnian Croats here, which is quite interesting. So I was in all places in former Yugoslavia during the conflict, every permutation of the conflict, from Knin to Žepa to Mostar to Bihać, all over. I was on the old bridge in Mostar a few weeks before it was blown up. I saw the beleaguered hospital in East Mostar. Let me share a couple of key points here. Number one, the fighting between Croats and Bosniaks followed the fighting that opened up between Serbs and Bosniaks. And you can even go in Mostar, you can see a graveyard there where you will see side by side Croats and Bosniaks buried side by side who were killed in the beginning in the struggle against Serbs at the beginning. Then, of course, what happened in 1993, that broke up, and a war broke out between Croats and Bosniaks. What happened here? The dynamics were very similar to those with the Serbs. Ethnic cleansing, the search for territory, this creation of the Croat Republic of Herzegovina, and move towards secession. And there are consequences from this, and they flow that this happened. After the war, I'll tell you, I was in Mostar. I was the senior official in OSCE. I was very surprised to hear recently this deal between Croats and Bosniaks about elections, because we had the very same issues there back in 1997. And our relations, international community, with the Croat leadership, with the HDZ leadership, I have to say, were very difficult. And subsequent to that, I was sent to Mostar. Sorry, not to Mostar, from Mostar to Brčko. And there I encountered also Croats in Posavina, that part of that borders off the Sava River near the border with Croatia. I was stunned. The attitude there was completely different. These Croats were determined to assert their rights in Bosnia-Herzegovina. And Bosnian Croats played a crucial role in the dynamics and that led to the Brčko Award, played a crucial role there. Now, we go to the, how did all this context happen, and how did we get to Dayton? This fighting that I referred to between Croats and Bosniaks ended with the Washington Agreement in February 1994. The key word, Washington Agreement. What does that mean? It was the U.S., the presence and engagement of the United States that ended this disastrous war between Croats and Bosniaks and fostered the alliance that was the essential condition ultimately for ending the war and creating the Dayton Agreement that we're discussing today. Now we had that intensive U.S. engagement back then, and recently, I understand, the U.S. has been involved in this Mostar Agreement. But we see another actor involved. We see Russia involved. And we know that Dragan Čović and Milorad Dodik have been having significant meetings in Zagreb, in Belgrade, and most recently at the invitation of the Russians at the United Nations Security Council, where a spectacle broke out, where these two figures, Dodik and Čović, made accusations about the High Representative that were then, in turn, the High Rep was defended by the United States and other members. They are non-Russian members there. So let me pivot with that. And let me remind one other thing, point, is that Milorad Dodik and other individuals are under U.S. sanctions that were just renewed this past July. So different administrations, same posture there. And that allows me here to conclude with what are U.S. interests in here. And again, this is my view. This is my own personal view, not anyone else's. My 5 American interests or principles that relate to Bosnia-Herzegovina. Number 1, the United States has an interest in the survival of Bosnia-Herzegovina as a state. And that's important, even if people say, oh, well, the disintegration of the state, that's not possible anymore. The United States has an interest in preventing any steps towards the disintegration of Bosnia-Herzegovina. That's number 1. Number 2, the U.S. believes in equal rights, that Bosnia-Herzegovina should not privilege any people over another people or citizens or others, that no one should have a privileged or exalted position and dictate outcomes. So that's the second key interest and principle. The third, functionality. This state has to function. This is, I believe, a U.S. interest. And when we come to this point, here's the point and the challenge to those who are concerned about ethnic security and so forth. And the second principle I mentioned is obstruction is not an option. It's not a policy. Any concerns and advancement of concerns about ethnic protections and so forth have to be accompanied by constructive suggestions about how to deal with the paralysis that Bosnia experiences, including the paralysis that leads to the kind of corruption that I mentioned at the outset. Number 4, genocide. We have to remember that war crimes were committed all over former Yugoslavia. We know that. And the U.S. position has been actually quite principled on this. It's worth noting that the president of Kosovo, Sejdić-Finci, had to resign last month and is now in a court in The Hague answering for allegations about crimes against Kosovo Serbs. So there should be no question about how Americans and Europeans as well view the issue of war crimes. The genocide took place in Bosnia-Herzegovina. That changes things. The U.S., we don't forget Srebrenica. We hope others don't, but we certainly don't. And I would point out here, President-elect Joe Biden issued a statement about Srebrenica on the anniversary. And I would point out the comment made by the nominee for Secretary of State, Tony Blinken, who, when he was nominated, told a very moving story about World War II, and which had these words: "That's not who we are." So the U.S. values matter. What happened in Bosnia matters. It matters to American values. That's an interest. And finally, the last is that, of course, Bosnia-Herzegovina exists in the overall U.S. interest in a Europe that is whole, free, and at peace. And there are severe challenges to that from Russia, from China, from the internal dynamics within Bosnia-Herzegovina. And the U.S. believes in working with its allies in a clear and determined fashion to address that. I can get into possible solutions, but thank you very much for your attention. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Professor Joseph. I have a question if Professor McCruden can kind of clarify to us that the same court, European Court for the Human Rights, had a completely different opinion in Sejdić-Finci and in case of Belgium, which was the similar dissemination of the rights of the people and of the communities. Professor McCruden, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm not sure what the question is.
The question is, for me, it's as simple as maybe. There's a Court of Human Rights, European Court of Human Rights, have different opinions on the same principle about the constituent people in the Sejdić-Finci case, which is Bosnia and Herzegovina, and the other case which concerns the situation in Belgium. You wrote about it as well.
Well, thank you for the question. There are several different elements that might explain the difference. One is that the Belgian case was at the very beginning of the court's decision-making. Things have changed somewhat in terms of the meaning of discrimination. Could you switch off your microphone because I'm getting a lot of feedback? Thank you. So the Belgian case is an old case. A lot of discrimination law has been developed since that. The second reason is that the court in the Sejdić-Finci case, and this is absolutely critical, defined what was going on in terms of the distinctions as ethnic discrimination, effectively as racial discrimination. In Belgium, it was defined as linguistic discrimination. The third critical difference was that in Belgium, and this is really very important indeed, in Belgium, the court decided to give a very wide discretion to Belgium to decide how to hold Belgium together. That's called the margin of appreciation. And in the Bosnian case, the court denied the margin of appreciation to Bosnia. So the consequence of that is that the emphasis that was given by the court in the Belgian case to the fact that you needed this kind of arrangement, what Brendan has called a consociational arrangement, in order to keep the peace in Belgium, in order to prevent Belgium from splitting apart, was not accepted by the court in the Sejdić-Finci case. So the implication of this is really quite important for all of the speakers. And all of the speakers that I've heard so far have not actually identified what they're going to do with the Sejdić-Finci case. And the reason why that is critical is because if Bosnia continues to be a member of the Convention on Human Rights, continues to want to support the European Court of Human Rights, and as long as Europe does, then there is a real problem here, that you can get whatever political compromise you might dream up, but if it doesn't satisfy the Court of Human Rights, you're still going to be left with the same problem. And I've heard no discussion yet about how you actually deal with the Sejdić-Finci case.
Thank you, Professor. Professor O'Leary, you are advisor on different topics in the different parts of the world towards trying to find a solution that is, let's say, workable and viable. Those terms are what, as a journalist, I'm hearing all the time, that something has to be workable and viable. How do you look at it concerning the Sejdić-Finci, as Professor McCruden said, is not implemented? What is next? What will be the best to find that workable and viable solution? Professor O'Leary?
I think it's a very good question, and I was expecting to hear answers to it from the other participants. I explained that, in my view, the easiest way to do it would be to have 3 territorially based jurisdictions, one in which one would be the Serb Republic, the other would be a certain set of cantons in which there is a Croat majority, the other would be the rest of the federation. If 3 people were to be elected, who could be, they could be of any background, one of the 3 constituent peoples or others, they would all be viable candidates. They would be elected in 3 separate electoral colleges in the 3 territorial districts. That would satisfy the Court of Human Rights, and it would keep the 3-person collective presidency that many people want to keep. That's a practical way of doing things. I have no solution immediately on offer for the Senate. There, I believe strongly that the court overstepped the mark because the court usually does not engage in any deliberation over the composition of legislatures, particularly their second chambers. So I think it's would be a reasonable response on the part of people in Bosnia and Herzegovina to design a solution to the executive design and to go ahead with that and leave the existing Senate alone. Not everybody would be happy with that, but I think that would be a reasonable response. I'd like to say something as an American citizen. Americans cannot preach with moral authority on these questions. America has dependent nations, Native Americans. They're called dependent nations by the US Supreme Court. There is a long history of ethnic expulsion of Native Americans in the United States. We have a nativist rule for the election of the president and the vice president. You have to be born in the United States. You can't be an immigrant. We therefore have differentiated forms of citizenship in the United States. So it's not accurate for Americans to preach to others that we practice a policy of complete equality. And I've said all that without mentioning America's acknowledged history of racial discrimination inside the United States. So we Americans need to get our house in order before we preach morally to others about their constitutional design. That doesn't mean that America has no role to play, but a little moral modesty would be in order.
Thank you, Professor O'Leary. May I ask Professor Trnka about the situation? Bosnia was created on the basis of Zavnobih. That is, modern Bosnian state has roots in Zavnobih. And it's mentioned that it's no state of Serbs or Bosniaks or of Croats, but of all of those mentioned and the others. So how could you compare that situation with situation now in that Dayton Agreement and subsequently Constitution of the Bosnia and Herzegovina? Professor Trnka. I can see you, but I cannot hear you. Professor Trnka. We still have some sort of problem, but now if we can go to Mr. Prelec. Mr. Prelec, can you hear me?
Yes.
We are talking about representative democracy, and representative democracy, as far as I can understand, means that you have to represent somebody. If somebody elects you, but you don't represent those people, how can you call it liberal or representative democracy?
Yeah, that's exactly it. There has to be a link between the people who are elected and the people who elected them. And if you want to maintain the idea that they're going to be representatives of the Croatian people, the Bosniak people, the Serbian people as such, in the in state bodies, whether it's in the House of Peoples or within the entity bodies themselves or within the state presidency, then you have to allow Bosnians to divide themselves on that ethnic basis when they go to vote. And that is, for many people, an offensive prospect. And I understand that. I'm not aware, I'm not a comparativist, but I'm not aware of any country that does this. Even Belgium and even Switzerland simply elect people on a territorial basis. So for me, by far the only sound way is to have people in the most responsible positions, whether that's the upper house of the parliament, the lower house of parliament, the state executive, directly elected. And I think the direct part is very important. I think trying to create a complicated measure by which we have indirect election, be that an electoral college or something like that. Well, let's just say, the U.S. is also maybe a case in which that itself can go wrong. And Bosnia has its own experience with how indirect election can go wrong. So that would be my answer.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. Trnka, can you turn your microphone on? Mr. Trnka, can you turn your microphone on? Okay. Did you hear my question? Jeste li čuli moje pitanje?
Ponovite ako možete.
Yeah, dobro. There is a base for the contemporary modern Bosnian state is Zavnobih. So if you look at it, it mentioned the three constituent people. Can you compare it with the contemporary situation with the Dayton Peace Accord and subsequent constitution of the Bosnia and Herzegovina with Zavnog constitution? Thank you. Please turn the microphone on.
Da.
Your microphone is still not on. I will switch my off so you can turn your on, please.
Aha, sada. Je li sad uključen?
Yeah. Go ahead, please.
Da, moramo se podsjetiti, Daytonski sporazum ima kontinuitet sa Zagrobihom, jer pominje te tri najbrojnije etničke grupe koje imaju određenu zagarantovanu.
It mentions the most numerous ethnic groups, so there is a continuity. And however, from Bosnia's independence, its constitution said that it is the state of equal citizens, Croats, Bosniaks, Serbs, and others. And however, citizens were not mentioned as the first, but then the constituent nations and citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina are mentioned in that order. But we need to bear in mind all three elements. And we also have to bear in mind the other ethnicities. And as this is concerned, I need to stress the issue that the Constitutional Court of Bosnia and Herzegovina deliberated on, and that is the need for a precise reply to the following. When the Constitution foresees national representation, then it needs to be constitutionally presented. However, we have the civic legitimacy through the Parliamentary Assembly and the House of Representatives in both entities, in cantons, in municipalities, and so forth. There's direct election. And only the representatives who represent the interests of constituent nations will need this kind of legitimacy. This is now regulated through the House of Nations in the Federation and in the Assembly. However, there is the absence of the existence of other nations or ethnicities and citizens. However, in my view, the national representation will be very hard to secure by direct voting or direct election. There will always need to be someone to secure nomination of national representatives who will have electoral legitimacy and at the same time clearly express their nationality. There are interpretations in the political discourse in Bosnia and Herzegovina after this decision of the Constitutional Court. There was the requirement to establish national legitimate representation at all levels.
Can you tell us your thoughts about the same topic?
Da ne bi ostalo nekako visjeti uz...
We need to define this. These rulings of the European Human Rights Court and in comparison to the ruling based on this representative body, the Ljubic case, we had the presentation of two models. Through mathematical principles, everything was put in an equation, and this resolves all issues apart from the pillar ruling. but the pillar ruling can only be implemented through the change of the constitution. So all the other rulings can be implemented. However, the very foundations of our constitution are actually oppressive towards some freedoms. There are those others, including Sejdić-Finci. They have their club in the assembly, or they have their passive right to vote and the opportunity to run for office at all levels, and we all elect as citizens, and in some ways those who advocate the full implementation of the European Court's ruling, they think that this will lead to somehow perhaps dismantling of the Dayton Accords. And we, bearing in mind the civic framework, we might end up again having the divided multinational society and a civic state, and there would be too wide a gap between the two. We would act the same as we do in the Komšić case. This is very cynical. So this is typical political cynicism. We can pretend that Komšić was elected by the majority according to the existing law, although we know that he was elected by Bosniaks, and this derogated the political will of Croats. Even if we established a civic state, even if there is an agreement, the society would be turned into a major civic population, but there needs to be something that this is based on. So the cultural body of Bosniaks would be that element with a view of the development, and Serbs would become the minority nation, the same in the Canadian sense of the word, and Croats would become a simple national minority. If that is the idea, there is no court, human rights court, that could take us back into the functioning state. Thank you.
Last question for Professor Joseph. Kind of being acquainted with Johns Hopkins School of Advanced Studies at Real Politics, can you please tell us, but briefly if that's possible, about is there solution for the Bosnia-Herzegovina, and what solution will be workable and viable in the same time? Thank you, Professor Joseph.
Thank you. It's a great question. That solution ultimately it is true, will come through the people of Bosnia-Herzegovina. And here, I think the remark of that we've heard, including the remark that was just made by the gentleman, the concern about that Serbs would be reduced to a minority, Croats would be reduced to a minority, and that concern. And I understand that. I again repeat the point. Those concerns have to be matched with constructive suggestions to break this paralysis and make Bosnia-Herzegovina work. So I'm understanding all of that, but that at 25 years on, with the paralysis that's faced, with the crisis in outmigration, it's not enough to say, oh, we'll be reduced to a minority if that happens. What is the productive solution here? And again, that comes to the minorities quickly. Very important point by Mr. O'Leary about not preaching. Of course, preaching is a pejorative. No one wants to preach. Here's the point. And he was generous. He talked about history of America. Right now, we're experiencing a crisis in democracy. Right now, with an elected president, perpetrating an assault on democratic values, very serious one with even threats of violence. So I totally take Mr. O'Leary's point. What does that make us do as Americans, speaking as an American? Does it make us say, oh my gosh, we have so many problems here, we don't dare say anything to anyone else? Two things. One, we have to get our work here and build our own democracy. Number two, when we act abroad in Bosnia-Herzegovina, we do it with renewed conviction. Why? Because now we know just how fragile and precious democracies are. We know that ourselves. And the point with Bosnia-Herzegovina is there are great advantage there. Why we come, it isn't to quote, preach. It's because we're detached. We're detached. We're not a party to the conflict. And that's our great advantage. And that was the great mistake that was done by outsiders with ideology in 2006, saying the international community has to go, the High Representative has to go, and only the three parties have to take ownership of it when they were unable to. So progress in Bosnia has been attained when there is a sound framework and foundation provided by strong international commitment, and the parties themselves, it's been shown, can come to agreement. Please.
Thank you so much. I thank you to all participants in this second panel. We're going to have a couple of minutes break. So afterwards, we are going to have messages from the foreign ministers of France and Russian Federation. Thank you.
Cher Gordon, mesdames et messieurs, il y a 25 ans, les accords de paix, paraphés à Dayton puis signés à Paris, mettaient un terme au conflit en Bosnie-Herzégovine. Cet anniversaire est d'abord l'occasion de nous souvenir que ce conflit, qui coûta la vie à 100 000 personnes, est le plus meurtrier que notre Europe ait connu depuis la Seconde Guerre mondiale, et de rendre hommage non seulement aux victimes, mais aussi à toutes celles et à tous ceux qui ont œuvré avec détermination pour faire taire les armes. J'ai bien sûr une pensée toute particulière pour les 84 militaires français qui ont payé de leur vie leur engagement au service de la paix. Certains d'entre eux reposent en Croatie et cela nous unit. C'est aussi l'occasion de rappeler que si les accords de Dayton ont mis fin au combat et instauré une paix durable, la page de l'après-guerre n'a pas été encore totalement tournée en Bosnie-Herzégovine. Des progrès importants ont été accomplis, mais des efforts substantiels demeurent nécessaires pour parvenir à une véritable réconciliation qui permettra à tous de vivre ensemble harmonieusement en Bosnie-Herzégovine et dans la région. Il faut que chacun reconnaisse pleinement le passé. Les corps de tous les disparus doivent enfin être retrouvés et rendus à des familles qui les attendent depuis près d'une génération. Il faut également lutter contre toute forme de revisionnisme historique ou de glorification de criminels de guerre condamnés par la justice. Et c'est particulièrement important dans un pays, dans une région qui ont exprimé leur souhait d'adhérer à l'Union européenne et donc à ses valeurs. 25 ans après ces accords de paix, il convient en effet de se tourner résolument vers cet avenir commun que constitue la perspective d'adhésion à l'Union européenne. C'est bien sûr l'intérêt de la Bosnie-Herzégovine, comme c'est celui de la Croatie. Il s'agit d'un objectif de long terme, mais je voudrais saluer une avancée récente, à savoir l'accord sur les élections à Mostar, qui a ouvert la voie à l'organisation d'élections municipales qui se tiendront dans quelques jours, le 20 décembre, pour la première fois depuis 12 ans. Des défis d'ampleur doivent toutefois être relevés pour que la Bosnie-Herzégovine puisse progresser dans son cheminement européen. L'avis publié en mai 2019 par la Commission européenne constitue une feuille de route précise. Il appartient désormais aux responsables de Bosnie-Herzégovine d'entreprendre des réformes profondes pour consolider l'état de droit et améliorer le fonctionnement des institutions de l'État central. C'est nécessaire pour participer à la vie de notre Union. Nous devons aussi collectivement soutenir les réformes et le développement économique et social de ce pays qui craint parfois que l'Union européenne ne se préoccupe pas assez de lui. Pour moi, il est important de manifester clairement l'engagement européen en faveur de la Bosnie-Herzégovine. Et j'ai déjà eu l'occasion plusieurs fois d'en parler avec mon collègue Gordon Radman. Aujourd'hui, l'Union européenne y consacre des moyens importants et elle a raison de le faire. Elle a consenti cette année un effort de plus de 3 milliards d'euros pour aider les pays des Balkans occidentaux à faire face à la crise sanitaire. S'y ajouteront les 9 milliards d'euros de son plan économique d'investissement pour la région. Sur un plan bilatéral, la France se réinvestit dans les Balkans. Nous voulons le faire en coordination étroite avec nos partenaires européens et naturellement avec la Croatie, notamment en travaillant ensemble dans le cadre de jumelage européen en Bosnie-Herzégovine. Déjà, nous avons multiplié les engagements concrets. Je pense à l'initiative que nous portons avec l'Allemagne pour lutter contre les trafics d'armes légères dans la région, ce qui est un des aspects de la lutte contre le terrorisme. C'est un défi, c'est une préoccupation majeure, plus encore après les attentats de Vienne. Et je sais que les autorités croates sont, à juste titre, pleinement mobilisées. Et nous sommes à leur côté. Je pense à l'action de l'Agence française de développement dans la région. Je pense au soutien que nous apportons à l'Office régional de coopération pour la jeunesse. Mesdames et messieurs, la Bosnie-Herzégovine est européenne. C'est une vérité géographique, c'est une vérité historique, c'est une vérité culturelle. C'est pourquoi son avenir est européen. Sa responsabilité est d'embrasser pleinement cette perspective. Notre responsabilité à nous, c'est de l'y aider. Et la responsabilité des pays de la région est de progresser ensemble sur la voie de la réconciliation. C'est le plus bel hommage que nous pourrons rendre aux efforts de paix qui ont été conclus à Dayton et à Paris il y a 25 ans.
Приветствую участников международной конференции «Наследие мира. 25 лет Дейтонско-Парижскому мирному соглашению». Благодарю организаторов Министерства иностранных дел и европейских дел и Академии наук Хорватии за приглашение выступить. Думаю, само мероприятие весьма актуально, и тема конференции сформулирована правильно. Дата действительно важная. Четверть века назад с координированными усилиями международного сообщества был положен конец трагическому конфликту в Боснии и Герцеговине, той междоусобной, межнациональной гражданской войне, которая потрясла Балканы на протяжении 3 с лишним лет и повергла в ужас всю Европу. Парафированные в Дейтоне в ноябре и затем подписанное в Париже в декабре 1995 года мирное соглашение установило новые реалии в Балканском регионе. Возвратившаяся к мирному состоянию Босния и Герцеговина предстала уже в качестве сообщества 3 равноправных народов, а 2 ее энтитета – Федерации Боснии и Герцеговины и Республика Сербская – получили широкие полномочия в сферах, не относящихся к компетенции центральных органов власти. За прошедшие 25 лет мира в Боснии и Герцеговине и Юго-Восточной Европе в целом произошло очень много, и сегодня мы с полным основанием можем анализировать наследие мирного соглашения, как это вынесено в название сегодняшней конференции. В чем же главное? Дейтонская система внутреннего баланса и стабильности в Боснии и Герцеговине прошла поверку временем, доказала свою функциональность. В стране эффективно поддерживаются мир и безопасность. Созданы все условия для динамичного социально-экономического развития. Заложенная в мирном соглашении схема учета интересов 3 народов и 2 энтитетов через равноправную представленность в органах власти и принятие решений на всех уровнях стала ключевым элементом, обеспечившим прогресс в Боснии и Герцеговине. Страна стала ответственным и уважаемым членом мирового сообщества, участником целого ряда многосторонних организаций, важным фактором в региональных делах. Убежден, что в настоящее время альтернативы дейтонской архитектуре Боснии и Герцеговины нет. Рассуждения насчет ее модернизации, адаптации, под чьи-то стандарты, даже какой-то нормализации слышно много, но серьезной критики они не выдерживают. Ни одна из продвигаемых концепций не может обеспечить жизненно важного для боснийских условий внутреннего баланса интереса 3 народов, который заложен в Дейтоне в 1995 году. Никакие иные формулы работать не будут. Последствия новых экспериментов могут быть весьма плачевными. Да, признаем, не все так гладко обстоит в плане укрепления внутриполитического взаимопонимания в Боснии и Герцеговине. Налицо трудности с продвижением процессов межнационального примирения. Порой мы становимся свидетелями всплесков напряженности. Однако это отнюдь не значит, что дейтонские правила больше не работают. Совсем наоборот. С ними все в порядке. Просто их нужно выполнять так, как они записаны в мирном соглашении. Ставить под сомнение внутреннюю децентрализованную архитектуру государства, роль и даже название энтитетов, права народов, значит работать против духа и буквы Дейтона, против стабильности и безопасности. Наследие мира в Боснии и Герцеговине свидетельствует о том, что международное сообщество свои задачи там уже выполнило. Очевидно, что в продолжении внешней опеки это суверенное и независимое государство более не нуждается. Менторский тон, поучение, указания и одергивание со стороны представителей международного сообщества в отношении внутренних дел Боснии и Герцеговины неприемлемы. К сожалению, примеры такого поведения фиксируем достаточно часто. Давно исчерпал свою позитивную функцию и высокий представитель. Добавленной стоимости в сохранении этого механизма протектората мы не видим. Странно, что вместо признания этого очевидного факта мы слышим разговоры о выдвижении новых кандидатов на эту утратившую свой смысл должность. Ключ к решению всех внутрибоснийских проблем лежит в плоскости диалога и взаимопонимания 3 государствообразующих народов, учета их взаимных интересов с опорой на позитивную, объединительную тематику, с постепенным расширением спектра совместных задач. Гармонизация отношений внутри Боснии и Герцеговины возможна лишь путем формирования привлекательной, комфортной для всех ее граждан платформы. Исходим из того, что все будущие решения окажутся устойчивыми только в том случае, если станут продуктом взаимоприемлемых договоренностей самих боснийских сторон. В конечном итоге будущее Боснии и Герцеговины находится в руках ее народов. Желаю удачи и благодарю за внимание.
Dear participants of this international conference, after these messages from Paris and Moscow, we will continue with the third panel, topic Euro-Atlantic commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina. I would like to greet you all present here in Zagreb, but also all of you who followed conference to the online platform. I am Vanja Gavran, Deputy Secretary General of International Pan-European Union and former President of the Pan-European Union of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I'm pleased to be able to moderate this panel today in which we'll participate. Gordan Grlić-Radman, Minister of Foreign and European Affairs of Republic of Croatia, Zlatko Lagumdzija, former Chairman of the Council of Ministers of Bosnia and Herzegovina and former Minister of Foreign Affairs of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Nikola Špirić, Chairman of the House of Peoples of Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina, Dragan Čović, Vice Chairman of the House of the People, and Željana Zovko, Member of European Parliament and Vice Chair of the Committee of Foreign Affairs of the European Parliament, and she will address to us from Brussels. Orvel Varheli, Commissioner for Neighborhood and Enlargement, Miroslav Lajčák, European Union Special Representative for the Belgrade-Pristina dialogue and other Western Balkan regional issues, and former High Representative for Bosnia and Herzegovina, and also William Robert Cohort's Ambassador of the United States of America to Zagreb, sent their video messages that we will see during this panel. Of course, first we will listen introductory remarks of the panelists, and then we will open the discussion, but before and first we will watch and listen video message from Commissioner Varheli.
Your Excellencies, dear participants, today we commemorate the 25th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Agreement that put an end to the deadliest war on European soil since the Second World War. We commemorate the loss of lives and pay tribute to all the victims. Today, we remember the tragedies of the past with the promise to never let them happen again. Euro-Atlantic cooperation has always been an important axe in the Western Balkans. The Dayton Peace Agreement was a joint effort of the international community and a milestone in EU transatlantic cooperation in the Western Balkans. We consider the region to be of crucial importance for the stability, security, and freedom of Europe, and it is also our task to help you to overcome the still existing difficulties, such as the heavy legacy of the war in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have the same goal: lasting peace, stability, security, and prosperity in Bosnia and Herzegovina and in the Western Balkans. Therefore, we all must continue cooperate, and our ambition will bear fruit and give a new, peaceful, and prosperous future for this country and for the region. The Western Balkans are a priority for the EU. We share the same history, the same destiny, and it is in our strategic and security interest to bring the region into the EU. The future and fate of the Western Balkans is a geostrategic question and our common responsibility. It is only EU membership that can create long-term peace, security, and prosperity. And we work for a better future for everyone together. Accelerating integration of the Western Balkans in the European Union has been the clear priority of the EU and especially of this Commission since the very first day of taking office. Bosnia and Herzegovina applied for EU membership in 2016. For the country, the time has come to race from Dayton to Brussels. In its 2019 opinion, the Commission identified 14 key priority areas that the country needs to fulfill in order to be ready to become a candidate for EU accession. We are working on these 14 priorities with Bosnia and Herzegovina. I hope that in the next year we will see delivery. For this, we need Bosnia and Herzegovina to deliver on these priorities by accelerating reforms on key areas like the amendment of the Constitution, the independence of the judiciary, fighting organized crime and corruption. It also means the functionality and cooperation of state institutions must be ensured at all levels so that they are able to effectively participate in EU decision-making and to fully implement and enforce the EU acquis. Last month, at the Sofia summit, the leaders of the region have agreed to the creation of a common regional market for the Western Balkans. This is a milestone of economic integration on the way towards EU accession. It will bring down borders for trade, borders for investment, and borders for people. It will build bridges within the region we missed for more than 25 years. These are hard tasks, but Bosnia and Herzegovina is not alone. The European Union will continue to support it. The year in front of us offers a rare opportunity. I encourage all leaders and citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina to take the chance to build their own future with determination. And in this struggle for a better tomorrow, the EU will continue to be at your side in the effort towards building a modern, democratic, prosperous, and European Bosnia and Herzegovina.
We could hear very important messages from Commissioner, and I just want to say that a couple of these are very important. Bosnia and Herzegovina is not alone, and that the Western Balkans is a very important and strategic question for European Union. Now we will start with panelists presented here in National and University Library. Minister Grlić Radman is the first.
Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you, dear colleagues, dear friends, just for accepting our invitation to join us. Thank you also to those who are just listen us to online, who are not physically with us today together. However, this pandemic crisis forced us to adapt to the new reality and the method of cooperation. But however, we really succeed to organize this very important conference. So yesterday we marked 25 years since a historic agreement was signed in the capital of the French Republic, the beautiful Paris, the city of light. That agreement brought to the peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina a long-awaited light at the end of the dark and horrifying tunnel, which was the bloodiest war on European soil since World War II. The Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement represented a hope of a better future, a prospect of safety and security, a promise of peace and prosperity. It can be called historic for many reasons, but I will mention only three most important. First, the General Framework Agreement for Peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina was a true Euro-Atlantic effort. It has been negotiated in the United States and signed in Europe. As such, it was later embraced in the UN Security Council. However, in order to enable Dayton and peace, preconditions had to be set on the ground. Bosnia and Herzegovina will remember the support of Croatia, one of the first states to recognize its independence. It was at the hardest of the times of the aggression of the Serbian Milosevic regime and the Yugoslav People's Army in the first half of the 1990s. It is a well-established historical fact that Croatia was crucial for the survival of Bosnia and Herzegovina as an independent state. For years, Croatia sheltered hundreds of thousands of refugees from Bosnia and Herzegovina, 70% of whom were Bosnian Muslims, Bosniaks, and provided them with overall help and support, including education in their language. Humanitarian assistance was assured by and went through the Croatian territory, while thousands of wounded were given medical care in hospitals in Croatia. Upon the request for aid from the leadership of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and in accordance with the existing bilateral agreements, Croatia prevented the fall of the UN safe haven of Bihać and the repetition of the Srebrenica genocide in the city in 1995. Croatia, determined to join the Euro-Atlantic structures, played a pivotal role in defeating the Serbian aggression, ending the war, reversing the balance of powers, and enabling the signing of the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement. As a signatory of the agreement, and as a neighboring and friendly country, Croatia bears special interest and responsibility towards the well-being of Bosnia and Herzegovina. In that respect, Croatia reiterates its commitment and full support to territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina as a sovereign and united country, and to the equality of three constituent peoples. Only a stable, peaceful, and united Bosnia and Herzegovina is a generator of stability in Southeast Europe and beyond. Its place is within the European Union and within NATO. Second, the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement has reconfirmed and codified the historical and fundamental principle enshrined in the constitutional framework of Bosnia and Herzegovina since 1963 and present for centuries in this multinational country. There are three peoples as owners of sovereignty and political legitimacy in this country. Serbs, Croats, and Bosniaks are equal in every respect and should have the same responsibility to enact this equality and safeguard the stability of this political framework. The founding of Bosnia and Herzegovina on the principle of equality of the three constituent peoples was decisive for the successful conclusion of the Dayton Peace Agreement in 1995. Only on this basis was it possible to get support of the negotiating sides for ending the war and embarking on the path of establishing a sovereign and territorially integrated multinational Bosnia and Herzegovina. The full implementation of the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement was and still is the anchor of stability and peace in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Third, the agreement is crucial also for the European future. The EU has been reiterating its unequivocal commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina's EU perspective as a single, united and sovereign country ever since. We all want to see Bosnia and Herzegovina making decisive and sustainable advancement towards political stability, functioning judiciary, dynamic market economy, and overall well-being and progress. In that regard, the Euro-Atlantic integration process is crucial for reaching stability, security, prosperity, and democratic transformation of the country. What Bosnia and Herzegovina needs today is more cooperation and less division. Its stability and functionality greatly depends on the constitutional equality of its three constituent peoples, Bosniaks, Serbs, and Croats. If that equality is not respected, it will continue to be a source of tensions, functional gridlocks, and possible crisis. Do not be misled here. It is not a struggle between Bosniaks, Serbs, and Croats. It is a struggle between those who want to demolish that equality and impose themselves on another one, and those who offer a way forward based on European models of decentralization and federalism, where differences are seen as strength rather than weakness, just like in other states where several distinct linguistic and national communities exist in Europe and beyond. Balance and modern power-sharing mechanism provide the best framework for cooperation and state functionality. So we learned today that there are many countries also in the European Union who has a similar multi-ethnical principle of the life, like Belgium or Italy, or even Switzerland is not the member of the European Union, but however it is in a long-lasting tradition of their multi-ethnicism. Let me be clear here. Both separatist and unitary tendencies are equally dangerous of Bosnia and Herzegovina because both are denying the very essence of our neighbor, its history, present, and future. Once identity issues reflected in political rights are guaranteed through adequate safeguarding mechanism, the energy, political capital, and focus will be reinvested in unlocking country's reform potential. The equality of all constituent peoples cannot be ensured without the much-needed reform of their electoral law. The reform should enable overcoming of functional blockades and make a decisive step on the country's road to the political stability. As an EU and NATO member, Croatia will continue to strongly support Bosnia and Herzegovina in its EU membership ambition, as we have been doing so far, extending our full political support and technical expertise and assistance. Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina share the longest border, have a vast variety of economic ties, and one of the constituent peoples of Bosnia and Herzegovina are Croats. The advancement of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the path of reforms toward EU and NATO membership is the best investment in the country's future, but it is also a way to help overcoming heavy burdens of the past. The stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina is of utmost relevance for all of its neighboring countries and for the entire Europe. In order to support its European path, in addition to steadfast political support, Croatia has been implementing technical assistance projects that transfer the experience from our EU pre-accession process through the framework of the European Partnership Agreement. In conclusion, Bosnia and Herzegovina merits our stronger and more focused attention, understanding, and support. As a multinational state, it will not reach political stability and economic development unless the identities issues reflected in political rights are guaranteed, as it was envisaged 25 years ago by the Dayton-Paris Peace Agreement. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister, for your remark. I just can say that one of the words that I really remember from your remark is security and stability of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We will continue later, of course, with the discussion, and now I will give the floor to Mr. Zlatko Lagumdžija. I already told that he was chair of the Council of Ministers and also in different political positions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. He's not now in some political position, but he's still very active in political life in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Mr. Lagumdžija, please.
Thank you. First, I want to thank to Mr. Grlić for convening such a really diverse group of people on the event, on this event, since it provides really, for me, the best platform for exchange some views on Dayton 25 years later. So I congratulate you and thank you very much my dear friend. A lot of discussions that we heard today, I cannot to forget what already previously mentioned in previous panels. Lord Ashdown made remarkable judgment by saying that Dayton was a superb agreement to end the war, but very bad agreement to make a state. And we heard a lot of things in that respect today. If European Union and NATO are serious about themselves as well as about the values they claim to stand for, then I think that Euro-Atlantic commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina, like the title of this panel is, have to be vocal, visible, and action-based while supporting us to keep changing our country, becoming normal, liberal democracy and secular civic state and shared society. Unfortunately, there are some very serious players who are trying to talk about how that we go in the direction of segregated maybe society and even separation. But I'm absolutely sure that no one who is serious today is calling for unitarian state in a country. There are some unserious people and maybe dangerous people, but that's not the issue. So what I'm talking about is about the country that is celebrating and protecting institutionally and individually our multiple identities, ethnic, religious, gender, sex orientation, or whatever, as citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina and European Union in normal state of Bosnia and Herzegovina. From the EU and USA, we do not expect nothing else but to treat us without double standards and offering us only the reforms and institutional construct which they're offering to themselves. Is it Canadian or Swiss? I'm ready to accept it on a blank check. I'm confident that the American administration will act along the principles which are encapsulated in recent words of President Biden and his clear message while he was recently commemorating 25th anniversary of Srebrenica genocide. In the same manner, I have no doubts, and I fully endorse what we heard from Josep Borrell today, as well as the spirit of his article that was very concrete one, called From Dayton to Brussels, working together for stable and democratic Bosnia and Herzegovina during his visit in Sarajevo on November 21st. With its cultural, ethnic, and religious mix, I quote him, Bosnia and Herzegovina has traditionally been unity in diversity and united in diversity the same way the European Union is, and hopefully will be. To these words, I can only add that in 2030, I'm sure that European Union, a little bit optimism from my side, and Western Balkan, as well as our neighbors, we will look the same. They will become like us, or we will become more like them. We may all look like Sarajevo during 1984 Olympics, or to look like besieged city in Sarajevo in 92, where later sentenced war criminals were killing thousands of innocent children before the rest of the world woke up. Let me shortly outline a few very mid-term and short-term proposals for our Euro-Atlantic friends and Dayton Peace Agreement signatories, and I thank my dear friend, Minister Grlić Radman, to give us offer to do so. That require their commitment to work on together in the future. First, European Convention of Human Rights. No wonder that the convention was an integral part of our Constitution, as in preamble, in very concrete article on the very beginning of the Constitution, of human rights and freedoms, as it is stated in the Constitution, has to prevail over every legal act, and it is, if necessary, be applied directly until legislators do their job. As said, it is already in our Constitution, and not many European countries have that as part of the Constitution, not maybe any one of them. Some, and very few of them, has that as article, as an international agreement that is superseding every legal document in European country. But we are that lucky country that is not still alive. We have 4 European courts for human rights verdicts about discrimination of members of non-constituent people in overall country, as well as for Serbs being disprivileged in Federation or in Bosniaks and in Republika Srpska. No one so far appealed in front of International Court of Human Rights in Strasbourg for Croats who are disprivileged in Republika Srpska. We hear repeated claims that European court verdicts, which are about discrimination of all citizens, become misused for so-called issue, which we heard today very many times, constituent people. Paradoxical is the fact that some defenders of European values are putting on the sidetrack individual human rights and insisting exclusively on ethnic rights based on old communist Bolshevik construct of constituent people. construct that does not exist any place anymore after significantly contributed to bloody death of former Yugoslavia, and of course later on collapse of Soviet Union. No wonder that we heard today Ambassador Hill, Holbrooke Deputy, at Dayton Peace talks, saying that the most Americans, even at that time, had no idea what constituent people consist of. I mean, and that's a good reminder. Of course, we heard Foreign Minister Lavrov, who is supporting that strongly. Of course, we heard Borrell and Minister Jean-Yves Le Drian, who were talking more about human rights and functioning state. But go to second. Second, to assist and monitor fulfillment of our international commitments and legally defined objectives of speeding up our NATO and European path. Just to remind ourselves that BH accession goal and path to EU and NATO has been defined with state legislative. It's not political will no more. Adopted by Presidency and Parliament of Bosnia and Herzegovina a long, long time ago. And people who are today complaining about it, they were the ones who signed it. Third, to have active consultations and advisory mechanisms with the European Union for Bosnia and Herzegovina government to finally start actively participating in the economic investment plan for Western Balkan. We should keep in mind that if we would get 25% of potential funding, which is about the GDP ratio of Bosnia and Herzegovina in the context of Western Balkan, then we could boost our economy for around an imaginative amount, 60% of our GDP per year, only based on that. And we heard Minister Le Drian, who was talking about additional 3 billion euros for Western Balkan only for COVID in today's respect, which is additional boost, which I don't see anyone in Bosnia and Herzegovina is talking about. Fourth, do help most vulnerable people, children. That can be done today. Blocking PISA tests by President of the Presidency recently by calling that to be vital national interest of his constituent people. And results of so-called TIMSS test, which is similar to PISA, are showing that our educational system is literally producing teenagers, I quote, that are not ready for jobs in the 21st century. That's the real problem in the country. With brain drain, that is the biggest problem today, but this children is the problem of tomorrow. That is jeopardizing any future for new generation, PISA and TIMSS. Education should be #1 priority of any of who dares to talk about interests of citizens or constituent people, irrelevant what I'm talking about. This is especially the case for a country like us, where recent surveys are noting that in 50 years, the number of citizens will be smaller, optimistically speaking, for 50% of people of today, while in the European Union, according to the same estimate, it will be 5% more. It will be 50%. I'm sorry, less. Us, 50% less. While the global population number is going up 50%. So instead of dealing with quality of education, our governments are still maintaining a system so-called 2 schools under 1 roof. In Federation, where children are segregated along ethnic lines, while in Republika Srpska authorities are neglecting the right for children to have their Bosnian language in schools. Even the name of the language is explicitly defined in Dayton Agreement, in a letter and in spirit. Okay, forget the spirit, but in letter. I appeal to EU and OSCE that are committed to normal state of Bosnia and Herzegovina and to use all authority to stop this educational system madnesses that I just briefly mentioned. Fifth, finally. Spira told me that I can use some of his time, but I will use it later. I will just try to keep in this time frame. So thank you, Vanya, for being so supportive. Finally, fifth, everyone knows that citizens over an overall country are hostages of corruption and organized criminal enterprises, which with political support, while judicial system is at its lowest peak since the beginning of reforms. Opening up the chapter 23 and 24 in any form and support along that line is must. We cannot wait for fulfillment of 14 conditions to open those 2 chapters, because those 2 chapters are preconditioned for those 14 conditions. Lack of trust in politicians have to be tackled urgently through upgraded legislative and transparent process like seizing of forfeiture or illegal assets, starting with top people in a country. This is good place and time to welcome last week Council of Europe adoption decision and regulating establishing an EU global human rights sanctions regime, similar to US Magnitsky Act. This framework enables the EU to target individuals, entities, and bodies responsible for involved in or associated with serious human rights violations. I'm sure that Euro-Atlantic commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina, by using this mechanism, could open and speed up a lot of positive process in our way from Dayton to Brussels. Our great life, and I'm finishing with this example, our great life poet and writer Abdullah Sidran has masterpiece line about Bosnia and Bosnians as well as Bosniaks, worth mentioning when we were talking about Euro-Atlantic commitments to Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm really honored and thankful for everyone trying to help us. And really thank you. I quote Sidran. My bad luck is that I was not well understood either by the ones who have been killing me nor by the ones who have been defending me. End of the quote. We are Europeans proud of our identities and culture, asking nothing else but being treated with dignity, and we are always trying to give it back in return much more. After some of us survived genocide, joint criminal enterprises, ethnic cleansing, we are asking nothing more than justice and to be treated equally with other citizens of the EU and their states. We expect your Atlantic commitment to condemn, or at least do not take seriously those who think that representing European values by telling us that human rights are only for citizens and not for us. Since we are just members of different tribes or herd of sheep that will be slaughtered if they do not follow their shepherd. When someone is claiming to represent European values of states and telling to us with strong European identity that we have, as well as our Bosnian and Muslim one, to people who survived ethnic cleansing organized by joint criminal enterprises, that first they have to be cleaning themselves and then to keep living in long-term dreams or to live in herd, then we expect Europeans and human rights values representatives to act and to... We expect that commitment from European friends, not because we are insulted, but we think, and because we think that those types of people are insulting true representatives and European values as well. Finally, Euro-Atlantic commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina should be seen through the clear message from European friends that they do not have a problem with normal liberal democracy and secular civil state of Bosnia and Herzegovina, only because, or basically because, Muslims happen to be mathematical majority or most numerous group of citizens. If less than 2 million Muslims, Bosnian Muslims or Bosniaks, with strong European and Bosnian identity want to be citizens of the European Union, where a great majority out of 500 million citizens are Christians, our friends and brothers, then it is unacceptable to treat us, Bosnians, as a filthy trash that are not eligible to be living as citizens in their own country and share society and be Europeans. Thank you. I'll stop in here. I won't use Spiri's time. He offered me generously. I almost wanted, but I'll stop in here.
Thank you very much, and for explanation of a lot of these facts that exist still in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and probably they are not very well known in the public. Now we will see the message of Mr. Miroslav Lajčák. As you know, he's strongly connected with Southeast Europe in his political career, and he is an excellent connoisseur of political circumstances, especially in Bosnia and Herzegovina.
Dear Minister Radman, dear colleagues, today you will discuss the Euro-Atlantic commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina. And before I begin, let me stress that this commitment is unwavering. But 25 years after Dayton is indeed a good moment in time to reflect on it. And I'd like to contribute to your discussion with 3 points. My first point today is about learning from the past. You cannot speak about Dayton without mentioning the horrors of the war. 25 years ago, the Dayton Peace Agreement put an end to the worst bloodshed in Europe after the Second World War. This devastating conflict, right in the middle of Europe, led to genocide, more than 100,000 deaths, and over 1 million refugees. It is without doubt one of the darkest hours in our European history. It reminded us once again how easily the flames of hatred can be fanned, how intolerance, mistrust, and divisive language weakens our social fabric, how it can turn societies living in peaceful coexistence into something vicious, toxic, and violent. And one of the lessons learned, which today, unfortunately, is more timely than ever, is the lesson about what hate and intolerance can do to people, to societies, to countries. This is why whenever we witness that hate-fueled ideas and rhetoric are becoming mainstream, we have to stand up against it, speak out, and treat each other with dignity. My second point today is about acknowledging the present and the fact that no peace agreement is perfect. Dayton symbolized a new beginning, a chance to build a safer, better, and more prosperous future for all people in Bosnia and Herzegovina, acknowledging its cultural, ethnic, and religious diversity. But as it is the case for so many peace agreements, the picture on the ground 25 years after is a mixed one. And today, Dayton has also become a buzzword for Bosnia and Herzegovina's very complex governance setup, with its inter-ethnic checks and balances and its administrative lines. One of the key phrases of the Dayton Accord is, "The parties have agreed to seek." It carries one important message, namely that the responsibility to rebuild a post-war Bosnia and Herzegovina, to make the idea of a democratic, prosperous, inclusive Bosnia and Herzegovina a reality, lies in the hands of the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina and its elected leaders, and not international actors. So looking back on the past 25 years, there has undoubtedly been a lot of progress towards building a stable and democratic Bosnia and Herzegovina. And those achievements have not been easy tasks. The progress made has been the result of enormous efforts and years of hard work. My third point is about the road ahead, about making the European dream a reality. The 25th anniversary of the Dayton Peace Agreement is an important milestone. It should be a moment which inspires the political leadership of Bosnia and Herzegovina to transition from the structures that ended the conflict to the principles that speed up progress for all people along the 14 key priorities outlined in the European Commission's opinion. Doing so should further accelerate the transition from Dayton to Brussels. And here I would also like to share my personal experience in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The overarching topic across all my meetings, conversations, and discussions, from political and religious leaders to students and small shop owners, was the shared dream of a European future and a European Bosnia and Herzegovina. The intensity of this firm belief, which does not know ethnic or ethnicity lines, was and still is overwhelming. It is what unites Bosnia and Herzegovina. And I'm so happy to see that the European Union is going every step along the way, side by side with Bosnia and Herzegovina, as it is with the entire Western Balkans, to make this dream a reality for the whole region. In fact, you only have to look at the COVID-19 pandemic to see the European commitment to the region. I think the saying, "a friend in need is a friend indeed," is quite fitting here. From the very start of the pandemic, the European Union has supported the Western Balkans as the closest of partners, providing generous financial support. We included the region in the European Union's mechanisms that secured joint procurement of essential medical equipment and facilitated free flow of goods across borders. We allocated over 3.3 billion euros to support the region, and we managed to supply 38 million immediate support to procure medical equipment, such as masks, ventilators, or testing kits. And since we are speaking about Bosnia and Herzegovina, let me break this down a bit, using it also as an example. Bosnia and Herzegovina already got 7 million euro of immediate support to the health sector. It will get 73.5 million in assistance funds for social and economic recovery and 250 million macro-financial assistance. And to support businesses and the public sector, an economic reactivation package of 80.5 million is foreseen. For me, this is a clear sign of our commitment to a European Bosnia and Herzegovina. Ladies and gentlemen, Bosnia and Herzegovina needs and deserves a positive and credible vision for the future of its people, regardless of their background, religion, or identity, and above all, for its youth. But while the international community stands firm in our commitment to Bosnia and Herzegovina, the real work to make this European future for the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina is indeed becoming a reality and has to be the one priority for all local politicians of the whole country. I wish you a fruitful discussion.
Learning from the past and looking to the future could be compressed message of Mr. Lajčák. Thanks him for this message. And now I give the floor to Mr. Nikola Špirić. I just want to say that he was chairman of the Council of Ministers from January 2007 until January 2012.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It is my pleasure to be able to be with you in Zagreb and thank in person to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Croatian Academy of Science and Art to celebrate the 25th anniversary of the Dayton Accords, which stopped the war in Bosnia, and it is very appropriate to remember the architects of Dayton. Some of them are not among the living anymore, and also to look at the Dayton Accord also in a critical manner. Dayton Agreement takes into account the composition of the country and the clear principles of its functioning, the modalities of its inner organization, the constitutional status of two entities, the division of competencies between the two levels, and also 3 constituent nations, the attainment of their rights, including the protection of vital national interests. It is also clear in the part which mentions that all competencies that are not fulfilled, that an agreement has to be reached about these aspects. It would take a long time to discuss the quality of the Dayton Agreement, the solutions it provides, the progress that Bosnia and Herzegovina achieved with the support of international friends. But there's a lot of denial, and we could almost claim that there was no progress. But I am one of the witnesses of the headway we made in Bosnia and Herzegovina since 1998. There are problems that are not related to Dayton in Bosnia and Herzegovina that we need to resolve, but we have to find solutions for all. Bosnia and Herzegovina is very often lagging behind in many ways. So the implementation of Dayton was accompanied by a great deal of discussions, different interpretations, the pressure from the OHR, and a lot of politicizing and contradiction that slowed down Bosnia and Herzegovina on its European way. And I can agree with the former High Representative Petric, who said a few days ago in Sarajevo, also marking the 25th anniversary, he said this anniversary is an opportunity to embark on a new European path, a more cooperative one, and I trust that the moment is right to reduce the international presence in Bosnia and Herzegovina. And he invites to a different approach to international presence in Bosnia and Herzegovina. I'm more than grateful for all the assistance Bosnia and Herzegovina got from our international friends. However, I am afraid that the way we operated in Bosnia and Herzegovina produced a high dose of dependence on what goes on outside Bosnia and Herzegovina, also produced many political parasites and political elites failed to take the opportunities that Dayton provided, waiting for something they called Dayton II, something that would meet all the wishes and of the political elites. And What we need in Bosnia and Herzegovina is the internal dialogue as a guarantee of future, looking each other in the face, not turning our backs to each other, and finding common ground with respect to what the country we live in will look like. We need to take into account different opinions, but we have to start doing that now because there's been a lot of stalling. And I'm one of those who are of the opinion that the international assistance was sorely needed in Bosnia and Herzegovina. High commissioners imposed as 103 laws, as we heard from Mr. Lagumcia, intervened also with over 100 amendments in order for the constitution to be changed. So the High Representative appears in the role of a legislator, and it cannot be a substitute for the establishment of institutions. So the democratic flows in the country are stagnant, and I'm deeply convinced that this was not productive as an exercise, not in the way it was expected. 25 years later, I invite that we go back to Dayton to take all opportunities it offers, and revolutionary solutions would be a step in the wrong direction. And the attempt to create some kind of an internal Bosnia and Herzegovina is a denial of Dayton. So it impedes the reaching of an agreement and just accommodates the wishes of only one part of the political elite. Constituent nations are now in the position of acting like athletes on track. It is like a race, everyone running to reach the end of the race, and however, our aim is not the same. So we were pursuing different objectives, and there's a fear in Serbs, and I think also in Croats, there's certain fear. However, all the change has to come from within Bosnia and Herzegovina, and I believe it will be endorsed by our international friends. I have for a very long time been present in the political life of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and as concerns the future and the need to intervene in the text of Dayton, that will produce additional fear and stall the process further. And I think there are many other things that we can do, perhaps without tension and wrong political interpretations. Bosnia and Herzegovina has to fulfill the 14 conditions that the sea gave it in order to get the status of candidate country. And I'm sure that this would cause a great deal of optimism. And we can discuss Dayton politically, academically, or in any other way. It is, however, our priority to fulfill the 14 goals, and there has been some agreement that was reached. Mostar will have elections on the 20th, also death penalty was removed from the constitution of Republika Srpska. Some of the laws were changed, the laws on public spending, and also the strategy of integrated border management, the laws on processing war crimes, and so on. There have been achievements, but we don't mention them, and also there are some things which were not realized in an appropriate way, such as the public procurement law and some others. And I would like to underline that we need to be prepared, and I am fully aware that we need this status of candidate country very badly, and I don't want to see us on the wrong path, and we certainly need to listen to each other's. My expectations of Dayton after 25 years is more of us and less of international community in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's disproportionate now. And I have to remind you that right after the signing of the agreement, NATO helped with the deployment of international forces, and there was very close cooperation with the Ministry of Defense, and it is well known that in Bosnia there was disagreement about the membership in NATO, and however, we are still considering this, and I think this is an acceptable framework for cooperation. I'm sure that everyone in Bosnia will endorse the new stage of the implementation of the Dayton Agreement, including reconciliation and good neighborliness. Candidacy status could bring along a great deal of optimism with regard to European integration, the rule of law, and this should result in a better social economical status of the population, could secure workplaces and keep young people in Bosnia and Herzegovina. Thank you.
We all hope that stated candidate for Bosnia and Herzegovina will be next year, but I just want to mention one conference that held in Sarajevo 2006, and it was a conference about European integration in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and somebody, I don't know which exactly, said that it would be fine and good for Bosnia and Herzegovina to be member of European Union 2014, when it was 100 years anniversary of First World War. Now it's 2020, and still we are on the same position. But thank you one more time. And next will be Dragan Čović, as I already said, Vice Chairman of the House of the Peoples of Parliamentary Assembly of Bosnia and Herzegovina and a former member of Presidency of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Please.
Uvaženi domaćini, poštovani gosti, dragi prijatelji.
Dear hosts, dear friends, I would like to thank you for inviting us to address this gathering. I would like to thank Mr. Neidhardt, Mr. Grlić-Radman. Thank you for the invitation and for organizing this conference. I would like to greet you, Mr. Plenković, and I would like to thank you for all your political activities in helping the European road of Bosnia and Herzegovina. I wish you a speedy recovery from the COVID isolation. These days, we have heard comments on the effects of the Dayton Accord. while reviewing its biggest achievements, which was ending the war and establishing a new state, and the restrictions that we still recognize as obstacles which prevent new reform processes. I will not comment the different approaches by political analysts and the positions from which they have been commenting on the 25 years from the Dayton Accord. I would like to use simple words and tell you what effects we have today as the product of activities of all the protagonists and who shared the responsibility for the implementation and the interpretation of the Dayton Accord. Some will say that we have been going through various phases and that we need some new phases of the Dayton Accord. Today's concept of the internal organization of Bosnia and Herzegovina differs from the initial idea. We call those crawling changes, which are the result of the activities of various international factors over the 25 years. We have hundreds of various amendments that have not been through the parliamentary procedure, and this is the best illustration of the ambition of those who have imposed those amendments. The electoral law is very similar. It has been imposed, and the best illustration of electoral illusions is the election in Mostar. We have not had elections in Mostar for 12 years, and now we will have the election this month. The result of imposed practices in dealing with the problems in Bosnia and Herzegovina is the phenomenon of two schools under one roof. For example, the privatization law, whose results have been disastrous. The majority of those imposed solutions and the crawling changes as the result of the actions of the interpreters of the Dayton Accord may be described in a similar way. I've been witness to all of that, but I will not go into the details. We heard from some participants in this conference who have witnessed all the peace processes and accords before the Dayton Accord and who have also participated in the Dayton negotiations, that the peace is not just, but it is still peace, and that the Dayton Accord is just a framework which leaves a lot of room for the executive, legislative, and judiciary powers in seeking the best solutions. I can agree that this is the best way to look at this accord. All that it took was to respect the principles of the equality of the constituent peoples, subsidiarity, the legitimate representation, which may be seen in Annex 7, and the consensus in the decision-making process. The mechanism of coordination which we have adopted through the consensus of all in Bosnia and Herzegovina as a precondition for applying for membership in the EU is the best example of how decisions should be made at all levels of power in Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, as we are seeking an effective solution for a stable Bosnia and Herzegovina, there are a lot of abuses and an unhidden majorization of the Croatian people without any legitimate representatives of one of the constituent people, in this case the Croatian people. For example, the election of the representative in the Parliament of Bosnia and Herzegovina is a good example. The Dayton-Paris Peace Accord has established a framework on the civic and ethnic concept of power in order to preserve Bosnia and Herzegovina. The civic approach to the establishment of power in a local community, save the city of Mostar, and the houses of representatives at the level of entities and Bosnia-Herzegovina as a whole. Also, the protection of constituent people through the groups of constituent peoples and others, and in the presidency of Bosnia-Herzegovina, which will have 3 members of the body which represent the 3 constituent people. Annex 4 also envisages the protection against over-voting in the parliament, or i.e. in the house. The principles as a good framework of the Dayton-Paris Peace Accord have been violated very seriously. For example, in the Federation of Bosnia-Herzegovina, and 3 times when the Croatian member of parliament has been elected 3 times, predominantly by Muslim votes. Even the slightest progress in the construction of a functional society has been hindered. And some previous times during the ex-state where these attempts were usually called the Sejdić-Bajramović phenomenon. As of lately, the protagonists of such policies have been sending a clear message to the Croatian people, calling the Croatian people a minority people, telling them that the process will come to an end with elections in 2020. We have been able to hear such statements from Bosniaks and their representatives. The concept of civic democracy, with the clear indications for the building of the Federation of Bosnia-Herzegovina as a predominantly Bosniak state. For such attempts, because of such attempts, we are concerned with the silence of international partners and the administrations who were breaking their neck in running to new solutions which were imposed. There are very rare midst which the characteristics of multi-ethnicity and multiculturality, such as the city of Mostar. The interpreters of the Dayton Accord have led or have been instrumental in the biggest political crisis in Bosnia and Herzegovina. The advocates of the civic internal concept are perceived as pro-Bosniak forces, and all those who dare point to the historical values of Bosnia-Herzegovina and the Bosnian Herzegovinian society and clear federal determinants of the Paris-Dayton Accord are pinpointed as fascists in the electronic media. And when we mention media and the freedom of the media in a state with the rule of law would require a special conference. For example, a channel in the Croatian has been proclaimed the vital interest of the Bosniak people in Bosnia-Herzegovina, and the key struggle for power is reflected in the police and judiciary institutions of Bosnia and Herzegovina. For a year, we have in vain tried to establish whether the employees of those institutions will have the adequate education required by such institutions. Dear friends, I wanted to share with you my position on the progress of the Dayton-Paris Peace Accord and the opportunities that the framework provides us. If we want to build Bosnia-Herzegovina as a European state, a state of 3 constituent peoples and all the other citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina, on the 20th December, we will have the election in Mostar, which will be the end of all the local elections in 2020. The result will be proclaimed by the Central electoral committee, which was appointed by the Parliament of Bosnia criteria against the criteria as a result of the forceful imposition of national representatives. In order to ensure the exit from the abyss that we have been stuck in, we have to preserve the key values of the Dayton Accord. We have to ensure the amendments to the electoral law of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have to ensure the representation of all the constituent people at all levels of power. In the first 6 months of next year, we should relax the relations and implement the election result at all levels of power. This would be the minimum step forward that would possibly lead to the candidate status of Bosnia and Herzegovina for the EU. And finally, I would like to say that I recognize our integration activities as the next step forward for Bosnia and Herzegovina, which does not have an alternative. I believe that the international representatives have made various mistakes in Bosnia and Herzegovina in terms of Euro-Atlantic integrations. The last attempt was in 2018 when we were expecting to be given the candidate status for the EU. All the preconditions were met in Bosnia and Herzegovina for that big step forward. However, after the election in October 2018, due to the serious violation of the rights of the constituent peoples, we are back at the stalemate, which now prevents us from focusing on our Euro-Atlantic road. As a representative of the Croatian, one of the 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina, we have undertaken various initiatives to create the conditions for the candidate status of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We want to strengthen our cooperation with NATO, establish the necessary level of trust. It is very important that next year, as the election year, provides us with the best opportunity for key amendments in Bosnia and Herzegovina and to open the road to Euro-Atlantic road. Dear friends, please stick to Bosnia and Herzegovina, which has fostered multiculturality, multi-ethnicity, diversity, which is the wealth of the whole area, and especially of my homeland, Bosnia and Herzegovina. Let's give a chance to the way of thinking which fosters the legitimate representation of all the 3 constituent peoples in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and which can launch us on the reforms that will lead to a better future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Čović. Now I see that we have Mrs. Zovko on video connection in Brussels, but first we will see a message of USA ambassador here in Zagreb, and this message will be the last one, and then we will, after remarks of Mrs. Zovko, I will open and I will ask some questions that we already opened in this session.
Good morning, it's Bob Kohorst, the U.S. Ambassador to Croatia. I am proud of the role the United States played 25 years ago to help end Europe's worst conflict since World War II. Since 1995, our bilateral partnership has expanded to benefit the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina, the United States, and the entire Western Balkans region. Since the Dayton Accords were concluded, the United States has provided more than $2 billion in assistance to advance our shared interest in Bosnia and Herzegovina's stability and democratic development. We appreciate Croatia's role in maintaining this peace as a signatory of the Accords and as a strong example to the region of the progress and prosperity that can be achieved through Euro-Atlantic integration. Croatia is proof that a better future is possible through building consensus and addressing the reforms necessary for EU membership. The Dayton Accords were the first necessary step on the path of peace and prosperity for Bosnia and Herzegovina. As guarantors and witnesses of that document, we have committed to walk beside Bosnia and Herzegovina on that path as it achieves its full potential, understanding that we cannot walk it for them. This obligation belongs to Bosnia and Herzegovina's citizens and leaders, and they have a clear path to follow. This includes delivering on the EU's 14 priorities, which include crucial steps to reduce corruption and improve the rule of law, as well as implementation of the European Court of Human Rights rulings. These legal decisions require BIH to ensure equal rights for all citizens, whether they be Bosniaks, Croats, Serbs, or members of other ethnic groups. The United States welcomes constructive discussion and negotiation on electoral reform. A significant step toward prosperity and security will be Bosnia and Herzegovina's full compliance with the European Court of Human Rights and BIH Constitutional Court rulings and the recommendations of the OSCE's Office for Democratic Institutions and Human Rights and the Venice Commission. In these discussions, we must keep focused on our destination, the full realization of a prosperous and democratic Bosnia and Herzegovina that is both an EU and NATO member. That involves ensuring that all citizens have the same opportunities to run for office and elect representatives of their choosing in government. We stand ready to support such discussions, and in 2021, it is the year to do it. As friends of Bosnia and Herzegovina, we call upon BIH's political leaders to exercise the political will to make progress toward Bosnia and Herzegovina's Euro-Atlantic future. We ask that political party leaders consider the shared interest of all citizens rather than those of one ethnic group. At the same time, challenges to the legitimacy of BIH's current presidency serve to weaken rather than strengthen international cooperation. They also undermine the integrity of the state, while it is clear that only the state of BIH can join the EU. While electoral reform can and should be considered, we must acknowledge and engage the elected leaders of BIH. Bosnia and Herzegovina may consist of 3 constituent peoples and 2 entities, but is a country, indivisible in its sovereignty. When its troops deploy as members of the international community to peacekeeping missions around the world, they deploy proudly under the flag of one country. At the United Nations, Bosnia and Herzegovina speak with one voice, and as an EU aspirant, negotiations are with a unified Bosnia and Herzegovina, not its constituent parts. It is in that spirit of unity that the region's future lies. As members of the international and transatlantic community, we must respect the institutions and elected leadership of BIH as they are, not as we may want them to be. Such is the burden and responsibility of guarantors and witnesses of the Accords, and such is the obligation as members of the democratic community. We have witnessed encouraging progress in BIH. We saw it this year when leaders came together to achieve a breakthrough with plans to hold elections in Mostar, which are expected to happen on December 20 for the first time in 12 years. We saw it just last week when a plaque dedicated to Radovan Karadzic was removed in Pale, demonstrating Bosnia and Herzegovina's desire to embrace a peaceful and inclusive future. We saw it when all 3 members of the presidency issued a joint statement to mark the Dayton Peace Accords, reaffirming a shared interest in peace and mutual trust. When the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina act toward a common purpose, anything is possible. When its partners and allies share their full support of Bosnia and Herzegovina, progress is all the more inevitable. As we mark this anniversary of Dayton, the United States is focused on the next 25 years and how we can ensure that Bosnia and Herzegovina and all of its neighbors can deepen cooperation as members of the Euro-Atlantic community. We recognize that the international community has a role to play in supporting BIH. We also recognize the important role Croatia plays, acting as a bridge to the EU, not only for Croats in BIH, but for all other peoples in the country. Croatia is an example to its neighbors in the region. It is a member of NATO. It is a member of the EU. It is a country that has made so much progress and continues to lead, as reflected by its efforts to promote EU enlargement during Croatia's presidency of the Council of the EU, and in outreach to the Serb community in Croatia in a spirit of reconciliation during recent commemorative events. We will continue to walk beside the citizens of Bosnia and Herzegovina on BIH's path toward a more prosperous future and call on regional leaders and citizens to unite around the shared future in Bosnia and Herzegovina that gives all citizens an equal opportunity to realize the long-awaited benefits of stability, rule of law, and prosperity.
I just want to mention that the ambassador spoke very important and opened very important questions, but I would just emphasize the importance he gave to Croatia in this integration process of the whole neighborhood, especially Bosnia and Herzegovina, and one of the positive and friendship messages also this conference here in Zagreb. Now we are calling Brussels and Željana Zovko, member of European Parliament, wait for the floor.
Okay, thank you very much. Dear conference attendees, ladies and gentlemen, today's anniversary conference on Dayton is one of the several over the past 4 weeks. We have seen many headlines, some focused on praise, some on concerns. Then there were surprises and perhaps shocks. For instance, at the Saturday event, the US ambassador in Sarajevo suggested that Dayton is a process that is evolving rather than a static international treaty. Some interpreted this as an effective end of Dayton and perhaps the beginning of a new phase, maybe European phase in terms of constitution setup. I was both happy and concerned about the remark. Happy because the call of a new phase is something that we in the European Parliament have been proposing for several years in resolutions, usually by huge more than 500 majority of MEPs. The underlying idea has been that a new European path is needed for a country, a path based on the European models for integrating national and regional specificities into wider states. We also emphasized that the future Bosnia and Herzegovina should also align along the middle path between the two extremes, dictating the political life in the country for some time, that of separation on one side and centralization on the other. So we proposed federalization as a bridging solution. It is good that most speakers on today's panel are saying this as well. As I already mentioned, Europe has several states like Germany, Belgium, Switzerland, and several other states where national or linguistic communities have territorial, electoral, and budget autonomy. If this is a perspective of the US envoy that he had in mind, then I will stay happy and hopeful. However, interpretation of the some statements went in other direction as well. In the direction to effectively say that we have reached the limits of Dayton and we need something new. Many have connected this something new to the proposals made recently by the SDA party chairman with SDA party with support for other Bosnian parties and later reaffirmed by the Wilson Center proposal. If this is the future, then I am concerned. In Dayton, we have a peace agreement that all three constituent communities accepted 25 years ago. It has held country together so far. At least the principles have. Not necessarily its implementation, including many backdoor arrangement changes. What is proposed by the SDA and the Wilson Center is a wholesale stepping back from these principles, including the principles of the three constituent communities. Perhaps the only principle that can potentially hold the country together as one. This interpretation of the ambassador's remarks reminds me of another such event back in 1992, 28 years ago. I was a university student back then. I imagine the US ambassador has been as well, although he looks a bit younger than me, or not far removed from a university degree. At that time, the peace plan for Bosnia and Herzegovina on the table was Kutilero plan. All sides accepted it, including the Bosniak side. But Warren Zimmerman, the US ambassador to the former Yugoslavia at the time, advised the Bosniaks to withdraw for a higher objective. The higher objective at the time was called multi-ethnic ideal. It had the same intent at the SDA and Wilson Center today, formation of a civic state without national communities. We know what happened after that. Warren Zimmerman regretted the advice for the rest of his life. God bless his soul, he died in 2004. So, I offered this well-known momentum in policy history as an important lesson that we should keep in mind as we move away from Dayton. From this perspective, I have been encouraging a lessons learned exercise on Bosnia and Herzegovina issues in the European Parliament for some time. In December, we had the first such discussion in the Foreign Affairs Committee. We will have more next year. To aid this exercise, I have proposed 3 works. One of them is being circulated to conference participants today, especially for one of its essays. I believe that you have all the books in your hands that I reprinted on the occasion of 25th anniversary of Dayton Peace Agreement, made by a former Bosnia and Herzegovina ambassador that witnessed many of the historical events. That essay, written 15 to 20 years ago, argues that Bosnia and Herzegovina needs a civic solution to integrate the groups of others into the political structures. It concludes that Bosnia and Herzegovina can become a civic state via its 3 constituent communities. If we really want a viable civic state, we can also have it in that way, by respecting the most fundamental principle of Bosnia and Herzegovina, raison d'être. Indeed, in fact, in the second panel, Dr. O'Leary suggested the same thing as an ideal solution. 3 territorial units based on civic rules, and we solved the issue. Thank you very much for your attention, and I'm looking forward to further discussion.
Thank you, Mrs. Zovko, for your remarks. We heard a lot of different opinions. We opened a lot of different questions. I prepared some questions for all of you, but we don't have enough time to discuss all of them. But I just want to ask all of you here, how to resolve these problems, which you spoke already, and how to make some progress in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We are advocated that there is a lot of misunderstanding, I can say, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, and Mr. Spirit said that in Bosnia and Herzegovina is very necessary to organize daily dialogue, but we saw that we had it, and we are still in the same position. How can we resolve all of these open questions that you spoke about in this debate? Please, can you first, Mr. Spirit?
There were many questions asked today, and it's not a matter of fast action, but of a slow process within Bosnia and Herzegovina. And Bosnia and Herzegovina has to assure that everyone feels comfortable in it. So without supremacy of any of the ethnicities. And of course, we need the improvements in the economy. The territorial integrity is not disputed at all. Why would one of the nations feel that its constituent position is threatened? And my colleague Čović is right about that. We need to sit with each other and talk. People are actually unwilling to talk. They are waiting for an offer to come to the table from the outside. But the decision or the solution can be reached only within Bosnia and Herzegovina. So if there's that problem and other problems, then the parliamentary chambers that are empty on a daily basis need to get fuller, and we need to turn our faces to each other's and not turn our backs to each other's and wait for someone to bring the solution into Bosnia and Herzegovina. However, I am certain that the friends outside Bosnia and Herzegovina will be prepared to help us, and neither of the three nations will get what they want without such a dialogue. Why would federalization be viewed with a bad eye? Why not embrace it if that can bring a solution? We used to have 250 municipalities. Now we have municipalities, cantons, and so forth. But we need to reconcile the civic and the national, and I think it's a viable solution.
What Mr. Špirić said.
Definitely, I agree with everything, as old Jew proverb said. Everything you said, I strongly agree with. But let me clarify what I agree with. Until 6 years ago, I could be seen as someone who is representing some state institutions or relevant political party, but today I have a much easier job than anyone in here on this panel, since I represent and being responsible only for myself. So my Bosnian colleagues, and especially the four leaders of governing coalition at this moment, now have very tough jobs, since they may wrongly be seen, we may wrongly see them as with much bigger legitimacy than it is the case in reality. Let me clarify. I'll do some facts so I don't be another person with opinion. When COVID-19 started, one relevant international institution conducted in Western Balkan regionally surveyed, in which you could find out that there is enormous lack of trust in politicians. So what we need is we need trust in people, we need a mutual understanding, we need political will for them to really sort it out. And for political will, you need dialogue, you need mutual respect, you need learning, and you need understanding. For example, I learned a lot today. And I think I understand a lot of positions today which I didn't understand before. But what I'm trying to say is a very similar thing, is in Bosnia and Herzegovina, trust in leadership is very, politicians generally is very slow. I used to be one who had very small trust, who was very small trusted, like all of us. But today it's even worse. Four-party elites who have full control of our lives today ended on the top of the list in that survey when people were asked to name one person who they trust the most. And four of them together, collected together, and they were top. 15% of all votes. The survey could be misleading, but a few weeks ago in local elections, parties led by those four leaders that still hold all the power you need, and they maybe have different perspective about their legitimacy. But for any reforms, including constitutional changes, they have it. Today in the parliament, they have full control of presidency, full control of all three entities, all three state and two entities governments, and 2/3 majorities in all houses of the parliaments. So they collected today in last elections 1/3 of votes, 1/3 of votes, or let's say about 16% of all registered votes, which is comparable with the survey that I was telling you about. This may be a chance maybe for Dayton signatures as well for our leadership. which altogether have supported 1 out of 6 citizens or countrymen to rethink their position and try to be changed themselves. So I think the local election shows that people are not ready to follow their so-called leaders, and especially people who claim that they are legitimate in any case, especially if they are trying to be leaders of tribal chiefs as much as they claim for themselves today. I live 100 meters from the place where I was born, and a similar distance from where I work. From my apartment, I directly look at in the buildings where all 5 layers of government, my elected heads of governments are sitting. Municipal mayor, where over 80% of the voters are Bosniaks, just a few weeks ago, where 80% of voters are Bosniaks and Serbs are around 6%. And he was elected with 60% of the votes. And he won 3 opponents. And winner, Mr. Mandić, is Serb, while all of his 3 beaten opponents were Bosniaks. Very distinguished Bosniaks. Bogić Bogićević, non-Bosniak, is going to be named as my mayor of city on behalf of the new coalition, which is anti-SDA coalition, to be very precise. Prime Minister of Sarajevo Canton today is Mario Nenadić, who is Sarajevo Croat lawyer. And President of the Federation is Mr. Čavara, Marenko Čavara, HDZ, Croat. And finally, on the top, you have 5th level of governance. There is a presidency in which 1/3 of the head of the state or the collective presidency is Bosniak, like myself. I happen not to vote for him, but that does not make me complain about ethnicity of any of them. So, as you can see, living in the capital of Bosnia and Herzegovina, out of my 5 presidents, just 3 million people of us, in latest Economist article, they don't know how many of us are. Plus minus 10%. 500,000 is someplace in the air. They don't know. We don't know. So what I'm trying to say is that, that presidents, or 5 presidents that I named you, 233% of them are Serbs, 233% of them are Croats, and 0.33% is Bosniaks. So city of Vareš, where about 60% of population are Bosniaks, from second time in 4 years, are directly electing very great gentleman, Mayor Zdravko Marošević. He's Croat from HDZ, by the way. And he's beating strong SDA candidate 2 times in a row with significantly more votes, 2 times more votes than there were Croats registered in this municipality. So to end with Croat member of the presidency, guess which one? 15 years ago, it was Ivo Miro Jović, HDZ. He was elected by parliament after Croat member of the presidency. That time was removed by a high representative. And Ivo Miro was elected, was 10 votes in parliament, majority of SDA, and only 2 Croats from HDZ. Majority of the Croats in parliament did not give their vote to elected HDZ president. I did not vote for him, but I took him as my president, to be very precise. So what I'm trying to say, using fake European logic with just a few examples, like Bogić, Marošević, Mandić, Nenadić, and Jović, I'm using 5 of them. All of them being ethnic, either Serbs or Croats, could not be treated as legitimate officials since they were all elected by a great majority of Bosniaks. And that's not the truth. So you cannot take one example and say this is an example that is showing about no illegitimacy. And then forget about everything else. I can talk for long and long, but obviously we have to conclude. And thank you very much and Mr. Minister, really, I appreciate very much your will to organize this conference. I really salute you. I mean, because I really undoubtedly think that this is probably the best platform that I witnessed in recent years, and especially in this period, about rethinking and trying to be recreating some kind of hope for the people based on what we have so far and what we know. Dialogue, respect, learning, and understanding, building trust and political will based on those things. That's what the future, not only on Bosnia and Herzegovina, but the future of all of us in this country, in this region, and European Union, especially in Euro-Atlantic structures, because we see that Americans, Europeans are not aligned so much about this, but that's another story.
Thank you. Would you like to add something, Minister?
Yeah, really, it's nice how the Germans say it, Ende gut, alles gut. It's nice to see that all the participants, the leaders from Bosnia and Herzegovina, and representing the people from Bosnia, constituent people from Bosnia and Herzegovina, they agreed up on their stable stable Bosnia and Herzegovina, functional Bosnia and Herzegovina, prosper Bosnia and Herzegovina. But who more than Croatia is really unhappy and to see that it will come to in fruition, to the outcome should be so like you mentioned, Mr. Lagumdzija. We know also each other for many years, and we met first of all in Geneva together when the negotiation also started in 1993, so in a permanent mission and so on. But of course, the Croatia is the country who just was the first to recognize independence and the territorial integrity of Bosnia and Herzegovina. Really is an honest supporter of the stable and functional Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's just a logical issue. First of all, we are very happy that we fulfill all our foreign priorities, our foreign policy goals, and EU membership, NATO membership, so our security, stability, our citizens here are really happy to the fact. And the same we would like also to see also in Bosnia and Herzegovina. We would like to see the spillover process from stability to instability if there is, and not vice versa. So if the question, for example, enlargement, there are some countries also in the European who just argued that the enlargement process is not should be stopped until the reforms are implemented with the European Union and so on. We are actually against this approach, and we are among the other European countries who just would like to see this process, or the internal reform process and the EU enlargement process, just not to go in parallel and to getting along, so that in Croatia is really strongly advocate, and you will have the Bosnia and Herzegovina to have a really a friend in the European Union and NATO. But of course, the equality of their constituent people, the reform of the election law, and so that every constituent people should be happy with the country, and to feel that Bosnia and Herzegovina is really the identity is actually to guarantee the identity. It's very, very important, because the Dayton Agreement is actually based on this principle to guarantee the constituents. So, like we heard, also from Mr. Kasim Trnka, that it's so there for the centuries. But during the Second World War, the Zavnoh Accords of the principles that Bosnia and Herzegovina is the multi-ethnic country, and from Muslims, Croats, and Bosnia and Serbs, it should be. It's something that it is the tradition. It's also based in the Dayton Agreement. It's not by accident that decided to how to recognize who is actually in Bosnia and Herzegovina. It's really, we need to understand and to convince the international community to respect this special complex of the multi-ethnic complex of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We cannot allow to impose some artificial models. And what are models? What is the aim of models if there are people not there? Actually, we should just not to hand over the ownership to the people of Bosnia and Herzegovina. You should to decide it, and we will support all your ideas like it was you did in 1995. We will support it. But you have also to establish dialogue, and of course you have to listen too. Every people should have a satisfactory in the Bosnia and Herzegovina, and no one should be somehow in the inferior position of the others. The equality is very, very important, and it doesn't matter how many the number, and not to be outnumbered by others. Actually, the majority, if you see the magic formula in Switzerland, so we are heard today so many times of Switzerland as a model. 17% of Germans, 20% of French, and 5% of Italian, Serreto-Roman. But however, there is really a model, or how to say, actually the example how the people how the people actually could live together. There's so many, all Belgium and so on. But of course, the respect, trust, peace, so they are really the most important actually elements. And thank you very much. That so first of all that for coming and for having you here in Zagreb, and we are very proud to the fact that so we are succeed and to organize. But had it not been my colleagues, so my colleagues on the first place, Mr. Anton Bukliush and my colleagues here around the table, so we wouldn't have able to organize this conference. So really we invested a lot. So first of all, it was not easy because there were some others who were a little bit suspicious regarding this conference. But however, so it's on the end of the day, so we are happy that so recognize that our intentions were really positive and oriented to happiness and prosperity of Bosnia and Herzegovina, oriented that it is in our interest. We are Croatia as your neighbor. We share a common border, more than 1,000 kilometers. And who more than Croatia is interested in, and really in this positive manner to have you together in the European Union, of course, to also support your Euro-Atlantic ambitions. But of course, it depends on the agreement with or on your agreement in Bosnia and Herzegovina, Bosniaks, Croats, Serbs, and so on. But of course, we will support everything you are going to agree. And so we also welcome this agreement signed on 17 June this year between Mr. Čović, and leader of Croats, and Mr. Izetbegović, leader of Bosniaks. Two agreements, for the local election in Mostar and to a reform of the electoral law. And I hope that it will be happen in the first half of 2021. So it's just so from my side. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. I think that we don't have more time for open some other questions, and I would like to thank you one more time to all of you participants and panelists here and organizers of this important conference. And I'm sure that similar conferences, similar meetings and events will be organized in different places, not only here in Zagreb, but also during Bosnia and Herzegovina especially, to discuss and to resolve open questions and to help also all citizens in Bosnia and Herzegovina to see better future in European Union. Thank you very much.